It's been a while, I think. Around 2 weeks? Last week, one of my friends was staying over at my place, so I wasn't really able to stream. Yeah, I took her around sightseeing a lot, so I was not very online. But I am locked back in, you know? My significant other is currently doing Friday happy hour with the interns. So, he's not gonna be back for a while. So, you know, I can fully lock in. I haven't eaten dinner. It's Ace Attorney time. It's not Ace Attorney time. OBS told me to go kill myself. That's really cool. Okay, there we go. Alright, what was happening? We finished part 1 of the trial? That was like the location of the body is very odd, maybe. Friends and family ejected. Ace Attorney loaded. Yes, exactly. Have I recovered from last Sunday? I think if I think about One Piece right now, I will scream and cry. Hi, Avertible. Okay. What was I doing? Oh, she has a dog. Oh, and then there was that really creepy place. Yes, yes. Something about, I don't remember the name, but the forensic scientists. Alrighty. Gina, we were actually hoping that we can investigate the scene again. Yeah, alright. If it's around here, you can do what you like. Oh, shoot. Thank you for the tier 1s. Mitsu and Sput, and also Hanyo, thank you for the prime. Enjoy the emotes as always. And a hype train. Well, stop that. Don't get scammed by Twitch, thank you. I'm gonna be playing with my new friend here. Ah, yes. Toby. Wagahai is better. I'm sorry. Just like... It's giving, like, the investigative team has their own mascot, which is cat. And the cop team has their own mascot, which is dog, and I think cat is better, unfortunately. Woof. Wait, Toby isn't? So he's named after Gregson? Tobias became Toby? The machine that exploded must be at the top of those stairs, I presume. I haven't actually seen it yet, so if you don't mind. Sorry, you can't go up there, Suze. Oh. It's like a Tororo yesterday. Even I ain't allowed near that wreck. What's it called again? The reason I ain't supposed to touch it. The Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. Is that what you were thinking of? That's the one. That's why only them lot are allowed to investigate it. What are they called again? The forensic something... The Forensic Investigation Team? Is that what you were thinking of? That's the one, yeah. Is this a Scottish accent? Boy, I don't know what the fuck accent I'm doing, okay? I am an American. Alright? I think the fact that I can contort my vocal cords into something that sounds like vaguely British Islesy is already extremely impressive. My one coworker who I talk to on a regular basis, he lives in London, but he's Australian. So, like, the inspiration that I have for, like, all of the accents that I'm doing here are, like, partially taken from him. So... Okay, G'day cunt is crazy. Alright, damn, bro. Oh, man. Oh, have a good night, Dorothy. Take care. And also, hi, Spiny. Oh, thank you for the bits. And Hype Train level 1. Yes. Pog money. I think so. I don't really get it, to be truthful with you. You're still supposed to get permission from some bigwig or other, as far as I know. What was his name again? Lord Strange something... I'm not sure that's quite right, Gina. I think you mean Lord Strongheart, perhaps. That's the one, yeah. Apparently he's always watching the time or something.
Actually, we've just recently been to see Lord Strongheart.
Eh? You what? You met him? I'm gonna kill myself. Last time the bus was called to go and see him. He waited for 3 hours at the Cubs office and came back sniveling. Tragic.
Well, Lord Strongheart has given us permission to examine the scene as long as we touch nothing.
Bruh, Arrogant Potato just texted me that he's just coming home. I have been live for less than 10 minutes. What's his deal? I thought drinks with interns would last so much longer. This is so disappointing. Honestly. He's old, give him some grace. Yeah.
Alright then, go ahead. But if it turns out you're lying, it'll be the boss who gets it. He'll never eat another chip again in his life.
If Gregson dies in either this case or the next case, I am going to Lamau.
So, you're about bored, are you? I'm sure everything will be fine.
That really would be tragic.
Alright then, them's the stairs, off you go. Oh, thank you, Gina.
Can I learn about Toby the dog? Where did you find that little mutt then, Gina?
Oi, don't be so flaming rude, Otto.
Slight overreaction, don't you think?
He ain't no mutt, alright? Toby's, how'd they put it? Oh yeah, a bona fide detective.
Sorry?
I've given him a proper title and everything. It's Chief Inspector Toby to you.
More senior than Inspector Gregson, is he?
Oh, so he's a police dog, is he?
The police recruit dogs now?
I've heard that they've already been used officially in Germany as part of their city policing. They're used for chasing criminals and such like.
Mitsu! Hanyo, you gotta spend 2,000 more points.
They're used for chasing criminals and such like. They have a wonderful sense of smell after all.
I have a fairly good sense of smell myself, as it happens. I can tell undergarments that have been freshly laundered from undergarments that haven't.
That's nothing compared to this little fella, though.
Oh, really?
According to what the boss said. Once Toby here's got a good whiff of your drawers, he can chase that scent to the other side of the world.
What? To the other side of the world? You mean he can swim?
Mr. Naruhodo? I think you may have missed the point. By rather a wide margin.
I just can't believe this little dog has such an incredible skill. I'm telling you, Otto, there's gonna be more and more dogs doing their bit for the police in the future.
Yes, I agree.
Right? One of these days, they'll be barking orders out of slot, not the other way around.
Oh dear. Sorry, Gina, I don't think I agree with your vision quite that much.
Well, anyway, whatever you think about that, Toby is Britain's first police dog. I found him down East End the other day. Someone just chucked him out on the street. There you go. I knew she'd lifted him from somewhere. Oh, I got a hype chest. I got the spill the tea emote. Thank you.
Oh, Gina, you're such a kind-hearted soul, aren't you? To children and to animals.
Can I not go up? I would like to go up, please. It is 23rd of October, experimentation stage. Okie dokie.
Oh my! So this is the machine. That was used to deceive people into thinking instantaneous kinesis had taken place.
Yes, that's right. Or rather, it was the machine. It's a little worse for wear at the moment.
What extraordinary lengths Professor Harebrain went in order to obtain the research grant.
No. The professor was strict as well. He didn't know anything about it.
Yes, of course. It is amazing though, isn't it? The scale of the whole affair is so very British.
Oh, have a good one, Sput. You're right about that. You never see such a grand deception in Japan, that's for sure.
Oh, look! Is that...
Lord Van Zieks! Brock Van Zieks' face card. What's good, E2? So I think we're more or less done here, aren't we? Shall we, Mrs. Sato?
Already?
He is the Reaper, remember? We'd do well to keep our distance, I think.
But we have permission to be here, from the top. We're perfectly well allowed to investigate this machine, as long as we don't touch anything.
From the top? Do you mean Lord Strongheart?
Exactly. So we can stay here and stare at this wreckage for as long as we like.
She could have been at the center of the explosion here and it wouldn't have bent her steel will. Hello? Least approachable man in the world winner, 10 years in a row.
Be strong, Mr. Naruhodo. Your country and your assistant stand firm behind you.
Lord Van Zieks. What? Well... Stop! Like, why is he glaring down at us? That's so rude of him. Beautiful weather we're having, isn't it? This is like me when I try to make small talk with people that are like... not on the floor that I sit on at work, but like still work for the same company. This is like exactly how I feel trying to talk to people that like aren't my immediate coworker. I thought I was making it quite clear that I didn't want to be disturbed. Apparently you Nipponese are unequipped to read the signs. What color is my microwave? I don't have a microwave, and I use Microsoft Edge because I've been too lazy to install another one. Oh, I read them. I don't have a microwave. I don't cook. So there's no need to have a microwave because there are never leftovers. I have a toaster oven, which also doubles as an air fryer that my parents bought from Costco as a housewarming gift. But like, I just don't need a microwave for anything. That it's clean as a whistle? I mean, I use the toaster for like cookies and sunflower seeds and like stuff like that. So, what are you doing here? Entry to this area is prohibited.
Well, the thing is... Lord Chief Justice Strongheart granted us permission to investigate, on the condition that we didn't disturb anything.
And yet you've managed to disturb me. It's fine, you take care. Bolot? Nit? Za? I hope you had a good stream. Thank you for the raid. Hi, Minesweeper fans, so true. Never mind. State your business then.
Come to think of it, there are quite a few things I'd like to ask Lord Von Zieks about. Not least of which is that awful case, even though it's nothing to do with this. Ask away, Mr. Naruhodo. You won't know unless you try.
Your brother Clint. So, Clint? Oh wait, no. So Clint, that's us.
Was the name of your older brother, I understand?
Lord Von Zieks? You Nipponese, I always have to be on guard whenever you're around. So, you've been investigating me, have you?
Oh, no, it's not really like that. I mean, alright, it is a bit like that.
Minesweeper is usually on Monday or Tuesday. But I will definitely do a bit of a training arc before the World Championship, which is in Spain in September. Minesweeper Tuesday, yeah. Thank you so much for the raid, Bolo. Have a good night. My older brother was also a prosecutor. He was the pride of the Von Zieks family. But tragically, a vicious killer took him from us.
The professor, you mean?
Is something funny? That's the extent of what you've discovered, is it? I shouldn't be surprised.
Sorry? There's more to it then.
Lackluster work is very much your trademark, isn't it?
You're too kind. Are you going to tar all Nipponese with the same brush next?
So tell me, what's your interest in that historic incident?
As it happens, Lord Von Zieks, there's a rather curious case that's come to our attention. ...
Question mark?
Are you aware of the Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork by any chance?
I am, naturally. I believe that since last month I feature in one of the displays there, for public scorn.
Of course the infamous Reaper of the Belly would have to be exhibited, wouldn't he? Well, a particular waxwork has been stolen from the place and held for ransom.
A particular waxwork? Which? Wait, you mean...
Yes, it's the professor. Mr. Sholmes is investigating the case as we speak.
I was unaware of that.
He's turned as white as a sheet. He knows who the professor is? POV, Strongheart. Or like, not POV, just like, imagine if it's Strongheart. Are the police trying to locate the engineer, Mr. Drebber, already?
Surely that goes without saying.
We're very keen to see him found as well. The trouble is, we don't have much to go on aside from the description of the man we heard in court earlier. Which, according to Professor Harebrain, was of a tall, thin gentleman who has straight white hair and wears a black monocle.
So, I was just wondering, I mean, I realize it's probably not possible, but
we'd very much appreciate any more clues you can give us.
Wow, Sato-san really knows how to take the bull by the horns. Fine, why not? I have a photo of the man here from an investigation 10 years ago.
10 years ago? Though it appears he already had that black monocle at the time. 10 years ago, so he was also involved in the professor thing. Welcome home. Oh, no, nothing. I was just surprised that you shared that with us. We all need the man's testimony in court tomorrow. Which means we have to do everything we possibly can to track him down in the short time available. So why wouldn't I show you the photograph? Why are you like this? Oh my god, go away! This man comes home and just stands next to my computer and crosses his arms like so. And is just looking down but making a goofier facial expression than this. I hate you. Based? Hi, Zynox. Sometimes I just can't work him out at all. Oh! Definitely Kazuma trust jump scare. Ah, the file I requested for the trial tomorrow. Thank you. Are you alright? Who is this man, Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Von Zeke's apprentice, apparently. So I'm not the only one. So Sato-san can see it too. Okay, yeah, GG's, that's definitely Kazuma. Lord Von Zeke's. May we speak with your apprentice for a moment? With him? Why? Kazuma-sama! What? What do you mean? What do you mean Kazuma question mark? What voice was I giving Kazuma? Like my speaking voice but lower. Kazuma. I don't believe it. Your posture, your presence, it can only be. It's you, isn't it, Kazuma-sama? I felt something strange the very first time I encountered this cloaked figure. As if I knew him somehow. Can it really be you, Kazuma? But wait! Too late. So much aura he can't disguise himself? Yeah, he has to wear a hood, so the what's the word that I'm looking for? The straps of his little headband, like, not bandana, but for his little headband thing, like, just want to flap in the wind so much. So he has to just, like, completely cloak up to prevent them from just flying gracefully in the air. What's going on here? What is your interest in my apprentice exactly? You act as if you know the man or something. Well, since when has he been in your care? I don't recall you having an apprentice before I left Britain 6 months ago. Lord Strongheart introduced him to me about 3 months ago now, with instructions to mentor him as a prosecutor. But he didn't tell you why, did he?
man appears to be suffering from amnesia. He's forgotten every last detail about himself.
He has amnesia?
Tomorrow he will appear in court at my side.
What?
He's to serve as my judicial assistant, on Lord Strongheart's orders.
He'll be in court with us?
Now then, unless I'm much mistaken, I believe this conversation has run its course.
Oh. Yes. Thank you.
I definitely saw a reaction there.
Oh no.
When Susato-san called out like that, it really seemed to hit a nerve. When she called out Kazuma-sama. Is he here? No one's here. Am I supposed to investigate anything? Let me click this just in case. Nothing ever goes to plan. Okay. If there is text, then okay, then I'm not in the right place. Oh, what was this person again? I don't know, she kind of gives Enoch Drebber vibes. In terms of coloring. Even though they're clearly not the same person because they are completely different ages. Okay, nope, I have to go back here. Can't talk to him anymore. Alright, it begins.
What a terrible explosion it must have been. Even the steel girders have buckled and twisted in the blast.
And what they called the birdcage was right in front of the- right in the middle of it all, just here.
But look, Mr. Naruhodo, that metal grill on the floor. Looks as though it's been designed to open.
It does, doesn't it? If the floor had opened at the precise moment the explosion occurred, the birdcage could have dropped through and disappeared from sight. This is literally the Prestige. Christopher Nolan made this plot already.
I don't think there's any doubt that this was a very elaborate hoax, is there?
This wasn't here yesterday.
Really? But if I'm not mistaken, it's the cage in which the victim was standing before he was apparently beamed through the air.
That's right, the birdcage. According to what Professor Harebrained said in court, it's made of wood.
Or more precisely, Japanese cypress, I think. And despite having been in an explosion and then falling from a great height, it's relatively unharmed. What wonderfully durable construction, wouldn't you say, Mr. Naruhodo?
I'd understood that the forensic investigation team had taken it away yesterday to examine it. I suppose they must have brought it back here when they'd finished their work.
But sadly not with the body inside it.
No, that's right. I know we were given strict instructions not to touch anything, but still. This is too important a piece of evidence to overlook. We might need it for the trial. Oh. Oh, okay.
You'd already met that masked man, hadn't you, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, yesterday in fact, at Lord Von Zieks' office.
I see. And if Kazuma-sama really is still alive, it means that Mr. Sholmes lied to us.
I know. We're going to need to speak to him about that. This harmonic, I don't know. I feel just my neurons activating every single time I hear it. It's so crisp. You're going to have to leave now. The forensic investigation team are due to arrive shortly. If they find you here, it will cause problems. What sort of problems? Foreign affairs problems. Well, we could do without that. Later. Alright, we'll be on our way. Let's go, Mrs. Sato. Of course. Evicted. Nope. Do I still have to talk to her? Let me just... Definitely not any of these places, right? Oh hell nah. I didn't mean it. I don't even want to be here. Okay. I guess back to talking to Gina we go. It was great, weren't it? Had a right laugh. It was a new one on me, that. You know, being in court and not spending all the time worrying I'm about to be found out. You did keep an awful lot of secrets in all your previous court appearances, didn't you? Yeah, and Otto's made things hard for me every single time, lol. Just doing my job, Gina. But watching someone else get in the neck is a lot of fun, actually. It was amazing when you showed that dodgy Professor Stodgy experiment was a total fix. The dodgy professor, as you put it, Gina, is Mr. Naruhodo's client. Yes, I'm starting to wish he wasn't, though. It's the boss I feel sorry for. Sent off to do the impossible. What do you mean? He's supposed to arrest the other cub, isn't he? And in time for tomorrow and all. You know, the dodgy engineer. What's his name again? Mr. Drebber, you mean? Enoch Drebber. That's the one, yeah. So the police are looking for this mysterious man with the black monocle. I guess they would be. It's put too much on the boss if you ask me. He says it's given him a gut ache. Oh dear, but I do wonder if that isn't actually from all the fried food. So, Scotland Yard are trying to track down Mr. Enoch Drebber. I wonder if they've had any luck. He's really funny looking. Got two eyes that don't match. Still a glimpse of a picture of him earlier. I mean, I didn't actually pinch it or nothing. The old devil's got it. Sorry? Who? You know, that Scowling Reaper what's always glugging down glasses of that blood-red punk. Ah, Lord Van Zeeks. Stop eating so many fish and chips, Gregson. I mean, like, his name's on the list, and everyone else on that list is dead, right? I mean, not Kazuma, but like, as far as supposedly everyone else on that list is dead. Like, so I'm assuming that Gregson's gonna die, like, at some point for the rest of the game. So like, what's it gonna be? Like a heart attack? Cholesterol problems? The government got him addicted to fish and chips. Yeah, they're foul for that. He's always adding for me, that cove. Don't know what he's always scowling about, mind. Probably would have been a pretty good boss as it goes. She'd rather be the Reaper's apprentice than a detective's trainee? The way I see it. If the choice is between a chip-guzzling detective and a chalice-glugging demigod, you're equally badly off with both. I suppose you're right. I hadn't thought of it like that. Glad we've put that one to bed. Anyway, the point is, everyone at the yard's dead set on finding the fishy engineer. But there don't seem to be no clues to go on, so we're stuck. There's nothing that can lead us to Drebber at all?
I'll click this too. This is so sad. Gina. We were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again. That's okay, we can investigate around here. She's gonna be playing with her dog. She can't help us get- okay, I don't want to go back on the stage. Are we supposed to help her? Are we supposed to like present something to her? Is there like some detail about this? He's got the cheekbones though. Like the tuberculosis cheekbones. He also has a D-pad on his chest. Oh, it's a minus and a plus. Never mind, I'm fucking stupid. This dark smudge here. It's just ink? Oh, it's machine- oh. Specially imported, very high quality oil that is impossible to obtain in Britain. Is the machine oil supposed to be helpful to the cops? Like, presumably that line of dialogue is telling me to show it to the cops. Here, have card. Can you go find him, please? Okay! You only know A to E? Well, girl, like, most of the letters on his name are from A to E. It's okay if you don't know R. That is fine. But at least you should get E-Deb, right? And isn't that, like, honestly, that's close enough, isn't it? High quality French machine oil. A very particular scent. Oh, is the dog gonna go find him? Shoutouts to dog. Oh! He's so cute! Okay, you know what? Toby might be better than Wagahai now. Yeah, so true. Get that promotion? Three young adults following after a dog. She's just leaving her post and Gregson's going to get in trouble? Girl boss. Honestly, it is the manager's fault if you're not good enough at managing your employees. You have to go talk to Sholmes. Is Sholmes- okay, Sholmes that 2 spells. Let's go. Here we are again at the House of Horrors. I'm afraid I haven't got used to the place yet. I'd still like to turn on my heels and go straight home. Via the confectionery, of course. Sato-san really is after something sweet today, isn't she? Ah!
What's the matter? Look, Mr. Naruhodo! Look at that waxwork! I'm quite sure it wasn't there before. It looks exactly like Mr. Sholmes down to the very last detail. Aha! What is it? Oh, sorry. I think you'll find that's the temporary waxwork himself. The friend of my dedicated employee. Oh, yes. Hello again. It's Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I must say I am quite spellbound by the great detective. He is a marvel. My precious waxwork is already back where it belongs. You don't mean... But yes, the mystery is solved already. Wow, Mr. Sholmes can really engage his brain when he's hungry enough. So as you can see, he has returned to his habitual duties. Yes. His habitual duties? Allo. Do not disturb, huh? Poor Susato-san. She looks very perplexed. Can we see? I want to see who the professor is. Boy. Okay, hello, Sholmes. What's good, Sholmes? We do really need to speak to Mr. Sholmes, and I am longing to say hello to him. Longing to say hello again. But where is he? I think you might find that he's quite nearby, actually. Oh! What do you... Indeed, my dear fellows, it is I! The world-famous great detective and waxwork Herlock Sholmes. Thank you, Windows. Oh my god, she fucking died! Susato-san? Susato-san? You killed her. My most humble apologies. I thought I died and gone to Eternal Paradise for a moment, via London. My dear madam, allow me to make amends by offering you a tasty free deduction at some point. As long as it's not of questionable street food quality. I don't understand. Why are you working as a waxwork here, Mr. Sholmes? Merely a secret identity, you understand, though the case is largely solved now. Largely solved? We're talking about the waxwork abduction, I presume? Indeed we are, my good fellow. As I predicted, it was as easy as proverbial pie. Though I confess, I'm yet to partake of a pie, proverbial or otherwise, or any food so far today, as for that matter. That stomach rumble echoed around the whole museum. So how did you manage to solve it so quickly? Oh, well, do you remember I said it was largely solved? Anyway, I simply negotiated with the culprit. Are you familiar with the so-called telephone? Oh, yes! It's a most modern invention allowing you to— oh my god, why is my voice like this? Allowing you to hold a conversation with people far away. In Japan, only the imperial capital and a handful of other cities are connected as yet. This morning, a telephone call was received here from the perpetrator of the abduction. As such, I was able to negotiate terms, and in the end, the waxwork was returned. That's amazing. Just between you and I. It would appear the culprit had always intended to return the stolen waxwork in any event. Oh, but I thought whoever was responsible had demanded a ransom, no? Yes, I think perhaps the ransom demand was necessary to avoid unwanted suspicion regarding the true motive. Oh, take care, Haniel. Have a good night. Have a good friend slop night?
But does that not mean your negotiating was entirely unnecessary? A fact I must ask you to keep from Madame Tussauds at all costs. A hungry young Iris awaits my return to Baker Street after all. Poor Iris. Now then, do I sense that you have some business with this great waxwork? Oh! Wait, we can go left and right? Could we always go left before? We could always go left before. Is this separate? Ladder? Yes! Yes! Ah, there's a stepladder there, look. Oh, yes, a stepladder. I think perhaps we should let the proprietress know that someone's left it out. The stepladder, I mean. Is something wrong? Why do I feel as though I just managed to sidestep an argument? He avoided it. Wait, if I had investigated that first... We're in the process of trying to track somebody down. Or are there more ladder conversations? I'm assuming that there are more ladder conversations and I just haven't gotten them all yet. Oh? Yes, a man by the name of Enoch Drebber. He's the swindler who duped Professor Harebrained and the engineer who built the kinesis machine. A swindler and an engineer. Quite the modern man. He also seems to be a conjurer of sorts too, with considerable knowledge of stage magic. We really need to locate him before the trial resumes tomorrow morning. But we have so few clues to go on. That's the trouble. Do you have any good ideas? I have no data yet. It is a capital mistake to have good ideas before one has data. If I knew something of the man's appearance at least, I may be in a better position to help. Fortunately for you, however, I have little to occupy myself and little to fill my stomach. As soon as you find any clue, no matter how small, I should gladly give you my thoughts on it. Okay, before I forget, I will hit the present button on the photograph. He said he didn't have anything to look at. Take a look at this graph! It's of Mr. Enoch Drebber. The face of the engineer we seek. Well, all Englishmen look broadly the same, of course. It's not racism if you do it to yourself. So looking at the photograph won't be particularly instructive. Are you alright, Mr. Sholmes? Ah, yes, forgive me. Very interesting this. Very interesting indeed. What's wrong, Mr. Sholmes? You've turned quite pale all of a sudden. No new dialogue. What? Mr. Sholmes, did you lie to us? My dear Mr. Naruhodo, stay that piercing stare. What is this about? Last winter, when we were first on our way to Britain aboard the steamship. Your words are very clear. So then let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. You told us that it was murder, and you examined Kazuma-sama's body. Indeed, and wherein lies the problem? We met him earlier today, the victim, Kazuma Asagi. You're quite sure? He was wearing some sort of mask and was apparently suffering from amnesia,
but yes, I'm quite sure. It was Kazuma-sama. You must have known at the time, Mr. Sholmes, that he wasn't actually dead. This man. Well, I can only assume I was swept up in the murderous atmosphere of the moment. But the fellow wasn't dead at all! Priceless. Okay, no, you know what? I understand him. I can empathize with him. I think the situation is also very funny, but like, feels bad for the other two. I don't suppose that performance would pass muster, would it, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, so he's lying. I could believe that the crewmen present at the time made a mistake. But not you, Mr. Sholmes. Oh? It's serious time. I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. Please, Mr. Sholmes. Tomorrow in court, you will find yourself on the threshold of a very great mystery. For now, I'm afraid that is all I can say. I have a suggestion, Mr. Naruhodo. Will you indulge me? Oh, well, what is it? As I explained to you when you arrived, the missing waxwork has been returned. And I personally reinstalled it in the exhibit from which it was taken, behind those thick curtains. Oh, yes, the Professor exhibit, isn't it? Would you like to see it? For a mere 5 shillings, that's a special one-time only price, you understand. What? This is interesting. Okay, so this was the end of that dialogue tree, and then this is the I have exhausted all of the things that the game wants me to do here. I mean, it really feels like he's coaching us to be, like, good enough to have the resolve, you know, the Great Ace Attorney 2: resolve or something like that. to go find the truth to him. What? Would you like to see our finest things in the museum, sponsored by NordVPN? The opportunity won't come again, I might add. Wouldn't you like to see the fruits of my labor? Oh, well, we do have a rather pressing investigation to carry out. Perhaps we could postpone. The price is a very reasonable 5 shillings. I think you'll find it's well worth it. Are you being quite serious, Mr. Sholmes? Not after you basically say, yeah, I knew your friend wasn't dead and I lied to you about it. But trust me, I had good reasons. There's a huge conspiracy. Oh, you just have to trust me. Like, I don't know. If I were Ryunosuke, I would not be in a very good mood right now. Surely you need only look at my expression to ascertain if this is seriousness or silliness. I can never tell with you. That's the point. Very well. It couldn't hurt. Here's your 5 shillings. Gratefully received. So, the special exhibit awaits behind the curtain. I invite you to peruse it at your leisure. Well, the money's been spent, so let's go see the special exhibit. Into the unknown. Into the unknown. Through those heavy curtains at last. Into the unknown. Is he back to being a waxwork? So true. 5 shillings we've had to pay. It doesn't seem right somehow that Mr. Sholmes slipped the money into his own pocket, does it? No. Ah, we could ask Gina to retrieve it for us, using her special skills. Pickpocketing police officers and diddling detectives. Is that what makes Britain great? Not to mention demigod prosecutors taking the law into their own hands or chip-loving inspectors. Inspector Gregson comes off rather well in that list, I think. Ooh, black screen. Okay, reveal. Ayah. Oh dear, I felt a shiver run down my spine as soon as we walked in here. Mrs. Sato, I say we turn on our heels and go straight home, via a really big confectionery. Britain slander surely gives this game an automatic +1 to ratings. True. We certainly can't do that. We've paid 5 shillings already. True. Actually, now I'm looking a little more closely. We've paid good money to see an exhibit that's clearly incomplete. The nerve of the great diddling detective is far more terrifying than anything else in this place. This must be what Mr. Sholmes meant when he said the case was largely solved. Be that as it may, Mr. Sholmes heavily implied there'd be a clue about the engineer in here, didn't he? But where? Since we've paid 5 shillings, let's do 5 shillings worth of investigation, shall we? Yes, we will get what we paid for! Is that fear or frustration that's making Sato-san's voice tremble? I can't rotate. This part of the exhibit is just as disturbing as the rest. It looks so real. It seems to be a young man in a white overcoat. And he has a large shovel in his hand too. Look. Is this supposed to be Drebber? I can't see his face very well, can you? Perhaps if I just... Oh, do you think you should be manhandling the exhibits, Mr. Naruhodo? I'll put it back exactly as it was, don't worry. Ah. What on earth? How can... I don't believe it. A black monocle. Mr. Naruhodo, is it possible that this man is... Yes. It's Enoch Drebber. The color of his hair is different. The color of his hair is different, but it's unmistakably him. Oh, should I have clicked on the shovel? Did I miss my opportunity to click on the shovel? This man is the subject of your present hunt, I believe. Yes, that's right. Just who is this man? Why is he here in this exhibit? And why does the convict behind him have no head? The head was missing when the model was returned by the thief who stole it. What a surprise. So then the case isn't yet solved, is it? Did I not say so myself? Largely solved were my words, I believe. But I must locate the missing head tout de suite. As... pronunciation pending, as Madame would say, or I'll be in grave trouble. A very hungry Irish still waits my return to Baker Street, preferably with rations. Do you know, though, something about this room is strange. Strange? What do you mean? Well, the displays in the House of Horrors are supposed to depict real events, are they not? Indeed they are, Mrs. Sato. To go on. And, as terrifying as they are, the scenes in the other exhibits are believable. But this one... This surely couldn't ever have happened, could it? I think it's time I educated you a little. About the nature of the incidents involving the professor 10 years ago. Okay, but before you do that, I want to click on the shovel. This part of the exhibit is just as disturbing as the rest. It looks so real, young woman in a white overcoat. And he has a large shovel in his hand too, look! Perhaps we should investigate in a little more detail.
What a large shovel! He's holding it rather ominously, isn't he? What on earth was the man doing with a shovel in a graveyard in the middle of the night?
Miss Sato?
Yes?
That's a spade, isn't it?
No, it's a shovel.
No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. Bitch, he is literally holding the shovel in a graveyard, clearly about to rob some graves and do some digging. Alright? He is going to do digging. This is a shovel. I think he's actually just wrong here. He's straight up just wrong. Susato said shovel like 5 times as rage bait? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely on purpose. Close enough, welcome back ladder versus step ladder. True.
We've been through this, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a shovel.
No. Although, we haven't considered trowels. Bitch, trowels are small, okay? Trowels are extremely small and like... things you hold in one hand to do small gardening. It is absolutely not... Oh my god, you are so ESL, my guy.
We've allowed ourselves to be distracted, I feel. Perhaps we should concentrate on what the man was doing with the implement.
Implement?
So we're going to bury the hatchet?
You're right, though. What was the man doing in the graveyard in the first place? That's the real question. What's this here?
Well, this would appear to be a lens in the middle, so I believe it's probably a camera.
A camera? But it's so small. British technology is incredible, isn't it? I mean, what about Mr. Sholmes' skin prints?
I think perhaps you should treat Mr. Sholmes' inventions as exceptions to the rule. But anyway, why would the man be in a graveyard at night with a camera?
I wonder. Perhaps he was trying to capture the moment a dead body came back as a ghost on film.
We'll just borrow this for a little while, I think. By looking at the photographic plate inside the camera, we can see what picture was taken.
What's a photographic plate?
It's a piece of glass coated in a special emulsion that reacts to light coming through the lens.
What the fuck? She had the real camera? It's not just a wax camera? What? Huh?
If we open the cover at the back of the camera, we should find it. Let's have a look.
You should see yourself, Sato-san. Your eyes are shining. You really do like machinery, don't you? She just like me for real. Do they have real fire in the wax? Like, is this a real flame? A lamp that casts very little light. He's got the D-pad. I think that's all that's all I got, I think.
This must be the killer. The fiend known as the Professor.
Yes, I think so. According to what Madame Tispel said. Okay, I mean, so, given that the Professor is someone who is dead and not Strongheart, then, like, what options do we even have? Someone who is dead. I think, like... we will have a revelation at the end of the case that will bring up many questions. So, like, the only thing that would make sense, like, given all of the foreshadowing, is that this is actually Clint Van Zieks for some reason. Like, he's actually been the serial killer this entire time.
He killed 5 victims, all of noble or royal blood. The waxwork is so lifelike, isn't it? Like all the models in this place.
Oh, that was him. That's so my bad.
I know, it looks like it could start moving at any moment, doesn't it? If only it had a head, that is. This is the condemned man.
Yes, the so-called professor.
Then perhaps... His head was chopped off by a guillotine. But unable to find peace, he emerged from his grave as a headless ghost.
Doctor, I think the problem is that he's missing the head. True? That's not meant to happen, also very true.
Do we have to entertain such terrifying ideas, Mrs. Sato? Anyway, I'm sure the model had a head once. There's a metal fitting for it, see?
Then perhaps Mr. Sholmes absent-mindedly forgot to reattach it?
That's an extremely absent-minded detective you're describing, isn't it? Could there have been some reason why only the head wasn't returned?
What the fuck? Why does the fucking Madame Tussauds of this universe have such detail? Okay, so this corpse was used as a part of the Crystal Tower switcheroo. Understood. I didn't mean to click that. I would like to leave, please.
I believe I told you a little about the professor yesterday, did I not? He took the lives of 5 victims, everyone being either a member of the aristocracy or royalty. All were attacked by an enormous hunting hound and had their throats ripped from their bodies.
Oh, wow. We're really, literally a Hound of Baskervilles. Okay, understood?
Oh gosh! An enormous hound! How awful!
After taking the life of his 5th victim, the killer was apprehended. It was a case of unprecedented magnitude in Britain, you understand. Accordingly, the professor was tried in a closed court. No members of the public were permitted.
Von Zeke says class solidarity? For real?
A closed court? So you mean that the professor's identity... As you've surmised, my dear fellow, his identity was never made public. Naturally, he was found guilty and was summarily sentenced to death by hanging. He was buried in a grave at Low Gate Cemetery, which adjoins the rear of the prison where he had been held. Oh, so this guy went and dug up the grave to find out who he was, to take a photo of it. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
There is no plate. No fucking shit. Okay, it is not. It is just a copy of the camera. Okay, that's good.
Is there anything else I can learn from you?
Oh, there is blood.
Tomato sauce. That's probably all they want from me. Very thick glass. If you were to compare it to a human, only Mr. Sholmes would have such thick skin. The very night that he was buried, the convicted man came back to life.
Came back to life?
He clawed his way out of the ground and emerged into the moonlit graveyard.
What is this, like Jason Todd?
The exhibit here depicts that very scene, as described by the sole witness to those chilling events. There was a witness. But of course, my dear fellow, it was none other than... the young man in the white overcoat. Enoch Drebber. He saw it happen. So this is a waxwork model of Enoch Drebber. "10 years ago. The convicted professor, having been gibbeted and buried, emerged from his grave in the dead of night. The sole witness to that unimaginable scene was this young man. From appearances, I would say he was about 20 years old. It's so horrifying. Oh, take care, Jay Lenny. Have a good one. Scared out of his wits, the young Drebber ran to a nearby police station to report the incident. And the sheer terror of what he'd seen is said to have turned his hair white overnight. Yes, as shown in the photograph we have of him, his hair is completely white. For the following few days, the story of what he'd seen was on every front page in the capital. The public was frantic for every last detail of the killer who'd come back to life. As you've seen, an exhibit was even created here at Madame Tuspel's. I can quite understand why the man's hair turned white, certainly, but what I don't understand is what Mr. Drebber was doing in the first place, in a lonely graveyard in the middle of the night.
Yes, what was he up to? I mean, he was trying to find breaking news, I'm sure.
The professor's acts of terror threw London's upper classes into complete panic 10 years ago. It was a great scandal, one might say, at the very highest levels of society. And since the killer's identity was never made public, rumors abounded. After all, no killer had ever before systematically employed a dog as a weapon of murder. Yes, I can imagine the impact the case must have had. But in time, of course, the rumors abated. So too did talk of the shocking witness account of the convict who came back to life. It was forgotten, dismissed as a dubious ghost story, as a preposterous parlor tale.
But why did people stop believing it?
I wonder if she's connecting the dots of like 10 years ago is when my dad came back to Japan. Why? Simply because there was no resurrection to speak of, as was established in fact. What do you mean? The police investigated the grave in Lowgate Cemetery and published their findings. The convict's body was found to be buried exactly where it had been following the execution.
No, but that would mean Mr. Drebber must have lied to the police and the newspapers.
That would appear to be the only logical explanation, yes. The young man subsequently vanished from society and nothing has been heard of him since. It's rather striking then that he should resurface now, don't you think? Of course the convicted murderer couldn't really have come back to life, that's not possible. But Drebber's hair is unusually white, and that if that really did happen overnight as a result of shock, it's hard to believe the incident was an out-and-out lie. Ah! Oh, hi Gina. What the bleed? No, Otto, what have you gone and done? Gina, what are you doing here? I asked Iris, and she said this is where you'd be. So?
Gina, not so loud in the museum.
Adam to Spells will have you take a position as a waxwork if you're not careful. I think there might be a more pressing concern.
I still had some flash powder left from 6 months ago, so... Alright, Gina, we understand, but please put down the gun.
Aspiring American. Sorry, I got scared. You should try being the one on the other end of the barrel. So true, you are a cop now. You will never be on the other end of the barrel. You just wasted your 6-month-old gunpowder on the ceiling. True, extremely true. I'm gonna get some water. I will be right back. What is she doing here? Hello? Found the workshop. Thank you. Not ACAB. The one exception to ACAB. Okay, chatters. Since my man came home and brought dinner and I have been spelling it for the past like hour, I'm going to eat and not read as much. But I will still be paying active attention, I promise. Okay, so we're all going to Drebber's workshop. We're going? Her little salute's really cute, actually. Is he sad because he didn't find it? Yo, he's supposed to be a waxwork? Yeah, you can't go have adventures, too bad. Don't sell yourself to, like, this Madam to Spells lady next time. Oh no! He's so sad! He just wants to do shenanigans. Let's go, Mr. Sholmes. You're coming. But if I were to shirk my duties here, Madam would have me pay monetary recompense and Iris's dinner plate would be empty once more. Forget that. I'll pay for everything. Oh. Oh no. 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 No, honey. No, you just got... I think you just got manipulated.
No offer to share the cost for Mr. Sholmes, then.
She'll split the cost. Oh? Workshop reveal. I don't know if you can see it, but there's like arrows? What? Why are there arrows? This quiver is extremely red. And then this is also really odd. Yeah, shoutouts to Toby. I'm sorry, Wagahai. I am Team Toby now. It's one knitted brow. He looks like he's eating a lemon, not a bag of fish and chips. Is Drebber here? Drebber is not here. So what good are you? What's the other team? Team Wagahai. The cat. He just summons more fish. Yeah, he just shakes the bag and more fish pops out. It's magic. Okay, so Lord Von Zieks is coming, so we should hurry. Alright. He is still waxworking. Okay, let's examine. Can we talk to the ladder? No! Oh! Wait, they're so cute. She's looking for money on the ground. Okay. No ladder, it looks like. No, dude, it's a trophy. A Royal Society trophy for excellence in science. A young scientist could wish for no higher honor. Ah. We don't want a massage. No, 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 thank you, no, thank you. So, like, real scientists. Arrows with steel bolts. Crossbow bolt. Oh, crossbow! Oh, so true! I forgot about the crossbow. That makes sense. Drebber is sus. Oh. Is this like drone warfare? What is this?
An aeroplane. Suspended from no, it will just fly.
So to you, the solution is even taller towers?
The joke that I want to make? You know the joke that I want to make. Door is locked. He doesn't have permission to bust the door down. Oh!
Oh.
Is something wrong, Mrs. Sato?
Well, I thought I heard a noise from the far side of that door. Well, Gina, did you hear it too?
Yeah, I heard it all. What do you reckon, Toby? We're going in? FBI, open up! Oh, Scotland Yard, open up! Oh, okay, he's busting it down. That was so fast. Let's go. Oh? Uh-oh. What the fuck? They fucking leave through the window. Also, why is everything like upside down? Also, is that just fucking TNT in the middle of the— what? What is this? Hi, Chuni, thank you for the drink water. Rope. Okay, wait, the line "you see but you do not observe" goes really hard. I feel like this is the first time I've seen him acting like a real detective. A bundle of thick cigars.
That's a... Surely that's a time bomb, isn't it?
How does she know that? Holy nerd emoji. Hey, you haven't got a clue what it is either, have you, Gina? It just looks like a time bomb? Oh, it's deduction time. Alright, we're auto-playing this. He can draw two conclusions. His scrunched, isn't it so cute? It looks like he's eating something really sour. Okay, logic and reasoning spectacular. Oh, forgot to un-autoplay. It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table and chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in the room had until recently been happily positioned on the ceiling, before falling straight down onto the floor.
Every item in the room was on the ceiling. Are you suggesting that?
How come the art is all right side up then? Also, safe 43 something 582?
Indeed, the key here
is gravity. We're just full on sci-fi now? We got like Nakahara Chuya from Bungo Stray Dogs in the building.
It would appear that technology has at last succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the Earth. For the gravity in this room was reversed and then suddenly restored to normality.
43258, I forgot the last number.
The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. I quite understand your skepticism, Mrs. Sato. I too was incredulous at first. However, my conviction in my analysis was cemented when I observed this. An anti-gravity device, almost identical to the one that featured in a dream of mine only the other day, in fact. But then why does it have a clock on it? A most relevant question indeed. That is a timing device that controls when the gravity direction will switch. There was clearly a requirement for the engineer to be able to restore normal gravity automatically. And the commotion we heard earlier from the other side of the door was the moment that restoration occurred.
Yeah, that's why everything turned upside down.
So you see, we need look no further than to explain the state in which we now find this room. The direction in which gravity acts in here was reversed by Mr. Drebber, before being restored to normality in an automatic fashion sometime later by the timer device. I have witnessed precisely this scene in a dream I once had when I fell out of bed.
Because gravity was upside down. Bro's a scientist, not a magician.
Now let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his actions is above our heads. Yes, how is it possible that there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling? A question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight.
I mean, it clearly feels like this is a piece of paper or something that is just between the windows. Am I stupid?
Of course, Drebber's aim was singular, to escape. However, there's but one way into this room. Excepting the skylights, that is. By inverting the gravity in here, Drebber was able to fall conveniently to the ceiling, and make his escape via the otherwise inaccessible skylights, leaving those footprints behind on the way. But the ceiling in here is very high, Mr. Sholmes. If the gravity reversal was sudden, wouldn't Mr. Drebber have fallen up to the ceiling rather violently? Falling up is both scientifically and philosophically a rather interesting concept, I feel. But the man was cornered with nowhere to run, so escape through the skylight was the only option.
What is he cooking? He's cooking nothing. I mean, I'm eating dinner right now, but like, what is this?
You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. Oh, the rope. To reach the intended destination, what better tool than the rope? By anchoring one end to the wall, the man was able to lower himself safely to the ceiling. Which explains how Drebber was able to escape this room before our arrival.
He's cooking fish and chips with soil and dirt. Yeah, true. What is he thinking?
He reversed the pull of gravity and fled via the skylight. And personally, I should very much like to reverse the pull of gravity again now, just for fun.
I don't know. I think the snake climbing up the banner was whatever, right? Like, oh, he doesn't know about snakes. But now we're ignoring gravity? Like, what? What is he doing?
That concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle.
Me too, bro. That's also valid. She's completely spellbound. Sholmes, you did not cook. What did he say about us? You're destined to be troubled by just one thing for the rest of your life.
With the man's current scientific knowledge at the turn of the 20th century, it's no more possible than instantaneous kinesis.
So it's not possible. But your whole deduction hinges on it!
Ah, but my dear fellow,
Sholmes ain't cooking anything. What he needs is to be booted from the kitchen. I think what Sholmes is cooking is us. He must have known that Cosmo was alive and just didn't tell us. And then he's had us like running around solving these silly little cases, like just for fun, just as training. I mean, and it's good training, you know, to face against the final boss of the video game, which surely is Strongheart. In that sense, we have been utterly cooked. And he's been doing a good job. But like, aside from that, I don't know. These deductions, he has not cooked in a single one of these so far. Sholmes knows he is a girl failure and decides to be bad at cooking for feminism. Is that how it goes? I feel like feminism is not one man stupid.
Okay, well, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. However improbable it may seem. Bro, yeah, the anti-gravity device just within this room, because everything else must be impossible. Can't say he doesn't deserve at least some salt for some of his more egregious bullshit. Absolutely true. It's a marvelous line, wouldn't you agree? One of my more enduring pearls of wisdom. I had Iris come up with the exact phrasing. My original was clumsy. You're a fraud! All of your catchphrases are written by a 10-year-old. That's why you sound like a cartoon! I mean, I love him, don't get me wrong. I think he's probably my favorite characters in the game so far. But like... Yes, I have a feeling that I read it in something that Mrs. Sato lent me once. Objection. Actually, there is one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, the spell's broken at last. The rope you found was on the floor, wasn't it? Okay, yeah, it's not tied to the wall. Mysteries inevitably unraveled in the end, as I think you'll find do ropes. And as evidence of such, you'll need only look at the mystery facing this room, now skillfully unraveled. The 10-year-old is also a doctor. I think it's unclear whether it's MD or PhD, but she is definitely a doctor, right? It makes sense that her phrases would be better than this goofball's, I suppose. That argument is as circular as the coils of rope. I think perhaps we might need to give Mr. Sholmes the usual little helping hand. I'm sure with some minor corrections, the Great Detective's great deduction will lead us to the truth. Yes, you're right. And we must do it quickly before Enoch Drubber gets too far away. Let us cook. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Now I click the auto button because it'll do the pause thing when it is time for me to work. And I will eat my yams. For dinner I have yams and curry. Kinda impressive he doesn't get smarter via osmosis living with a child genius. Maybe he used to be smart and the child just stole all of his genius. Like Ichigo did to Rukia's spiritual power in episode 1 of Bleach. To think gravity could have been reversed in this very room. I find the whole idea utterly enthralling. Only Mr. Sholmes could conceive of such an explanation. But the man himself admitted it was a scientific impossibility, so... Yes, you're quite right. We must completely discount the idea at once. Oh, that's unusually merciless of you, Mrs. Sato. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. The great detective himself said so, didn't he? Assuming he didn't teach her most of what she knows himself and is screwing with us on purpose? Well, I mean, I don't know how long they've been living together. I mean, obviously, like, all of the drama happened 10 years ago, and Iris is 10. So, like, maybe they've just been living together for as long as she's been alive? Is she 10? Is she 11? How old is she again? I don't have court record right now, I'll check after. But, like, if they have been living together for, like, a very long time, for, you know, her to be learning from him for, like, yeah, like an extended period, then yeah, I don't know. Very conceivable that he taught her everything. And he is absolutely screwing with us. I mean, I think it's possible that, like, over the grand arc of the plot, he has been screwing with us this entire time over the past 2 games. Like,
or not, sorry, that it's possible, like that's almost certainly the case. But like, whether or not he is actually super smart, or just, you know, has the intention of screwing with us while also being a bit of a goofball and a bit of a dumbass, is a little unclear. Like, it's not really a doubt that he's smarter than he lets on, but whether he's like as smart as Iris is, you know, up for debate, I think. At least, like, given all of the lines of dialogue that I've read from him. For me, actually, what broke the immersion was confusing his Stradivarius violin for a viola that he took from the pawn shop. Or the pawnbrokery. Which I think was case 5 of the previous game. Because, like, there's just no way you make that mistake. Actually, just no way in hell. And he really just wanted us to get to that pawnbrokery. So, like, obviously he's screwing with us, just based on that. But, like, to what extent is still unclear. Okay, so... gravity theory, inverted furniture. Well, the safe isn't inverted. Is it bolted to the floor? It's bolted to the floor. No, the vase is upright!
Take that!
Your theory is stupid and bad, and stupid and bad, and stupid and bad. The upright vase clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo, you've surpassed yourself by completely turning my argument on its head. Well, yeah, we really just needed to find one counterexample in order to prove you wrong. That's what sucks about your theory. Trying to impress your assistant here, perhaps? What? Boy, he's like my age and she's 16. Please chill. No one is trying to steal your spotlight here, Mr. Sholmes. Trust me. As you rightly say, though, it appears at first glance that all the furniture in the room is upside down. Sorry, I just saw one of my, like, very put-together friends. Someone that I look up to a lot, as a mentor figure, as a good friend, playing Uma Musume Pretty Derby. Is he streaming? Hang on 1 second. Or is he just playing? He's not even streaming, he's just playing fucking Uma Musume by himself? Horse game is lit? Really? I get clips of it sometimes on YouTube, and literally it's just like they run. And then there's gacha, and then they run, and that's it? They run. They run? You race your horses. It's fun. I mean, like, so's Adventure Capitalist. Like, that is also fun. Oh no, your theory! Ah. Romo has never been so vindicated, I guess? I guess. It's like Madden GM mode, you raise your guy and have him compete. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really like auto battlers, you know? Like, if I'm gonna do gacha, I want to, like, use my character to do the combat. Like, I would rather play Genshin Impact and Zenless Zone Zero than, like,
what's the other one called? Honkai Star Rail. But I would also rather play Honkai Star Rail than like racing the horse game. Someone turned all the furniture over on purpose. Why would they do that? That's absolutely not the case. I mean, it probably has to do with the safe number that's on the bottom of the chair.
Take that!
Ba-da-dum-bum-bum-bum-bum. Why would they write it on the underside of a chair? Forgot which book he wrote. This poor guy. This poor man! He wrote it on the underside of some furniture, but couldn't remember which furniture, and then turned all the furniture over. And he didn't start with these chairs, and like, why is the bed up? Why would he look under the bed before he looked under this much easier to turn over chair? That's stupid. Okay, GG's go next. So he's still in the room. Why is he fully flipping the shit instead of peeking at the bottom and putting it? I mean, like, the police are looking for him. He's in a hurry. That's also understandable. How did the footprints get up there? What the fuck?
Take that!
The time bomb he's dancing around can flip gravity like Albert's machine can teleport people. I mean, true. Was he trying to get the balloon down? Oh, oh, so true, green balloon? Wow, I don't remember the first part of this investigation at all. It's been like 2 weeks after all. Albert would call this time bomb a success. Devastating. Why don't you just pop the balloon with a crossbow like he did?
Take that!
Fuck it, we ball. Dang. Is that the head? Damn, I thought it would, like, totally be Clint Von Zieks. Or just a face that we recognized, but this is a little disappointing. So, we did all this work to help him solve his case. I mean, it's gonna help us solve our case, but like, damn, I guess stay winning, Sholmes. Yeah, successfully or no, he's just succeeding, but acting like he's failing upwards, I feel. He outsourced his work, true. So now we have to talk with Drebber. I mean, he didn't leave. So he's still in here somewhere. I'm assuming he's in the box.
Take that!
Before we gained access to this back room, we heard noises from in there. Which tells us that the engineer was still in the building at that point in time. He was in fact searching for the combination to his safe. Impressed for time, made no attempt to wreck the furniture he had overturned in the process. From which we can deduce that his search for the combination happened very recently indeed. In summary, Mr. Enoch Drebber is at this very moment inside the safe. Yeah, and it's still open. Like they didn't bolt it back closed. It's still, oh, has it always been like that? That's a good detail. I like that a lot. I think it is very cute that this is the first time in the entire Ace Attorney game where we have fixed his 2 deductions and then followed it up with a final deduction. Or is that not, is that true? That might not be true. Maybe we also did it on the boat case. But like, I feel like this really feels that, you know, we are taking the dance one step further. One more bit of choreography. Oh wait, no. It's about missing engineer? Never mind. I take it all back. I lied. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps it's time we ended this game of hide and seek, don't you? Open the safe! Let's see, the combination was 1432582. I knew that! Alright then, here goes. Hello? Do you have a prosthetic hand? What is this? You found me. Better breakdancing than that one person in the Olympics. That's pretty fucking cool. Love his OST. It's very frantic. Personally, I would advise that you deactivate my little parcel first.
Your parcel.
I refer, of course, to the time bomb. I left it in a most prominent position. Real time bomb parentheses real? Just put it in the safe. That's demonic.
Mr. Sholmes, with only 7 seconds to spare.
That was too close for comfort. I've got 1 foot in the grave already.
Mr. Sholmes' seductions can be completely life-altering, can't they?
Oh, the anti-gravity devices don't exist! This man. Well, I wouldn't push it, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, we're just talking to him now? It's very clock-like. Like the clicking in the background. We found him. What fails to click with me is how you were able to locate my workshop. That I was not expecting. When I heard whistling from the other room, I knew it was time to bolt.
Whistling.
Ah, that would have been me. Is he just out here whistling like... Oh, the mic isn't picking it up. Like da 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 da, like as he's working.
Oh.
No words, just tightly squeezed chips. Clearly I must have a screw loose though, as I couldn't remember the combination for the safe. And another one loose as I couldn't remember on which piece of furniture I'd written it down. We also found a rope over by the wall. Yes, I'd hoped to exit through the skylight, but sadly the rope was too short. So I then set about searching for the combination code to open the safe. And burning the incriminating blueprints, don't forget. Regrettably though, you failed to retrieve the head from the balloon among the rafters. And after you hid yourself inside the safe, having first set this parcel ticking, well, I had no intention of being nailed by the police. Why don't you put the bomb in the safe? The safe was the only safe place. Okay. He always was planning to blow it up, but just sooner than he expected. Most people run, you see, when they see a ticking time bomb at their feet.
Wait, hang on. What the fuck? He calculated the time required for retreat to a safe distance and set the device accordingly? So, it's a big bomb then, because that was a long-ass time that we were talking. Gregson is so done with Holmes' shit. Hi, Sardine. He's saying he didn't want to kill us, he wanted to give us a head start running out there. I mean, I understood that part. But like, something like this implies that like, he set the bomb. He must have set the bomb before he went into the safe, right? He must have set it before he went into the safe. So, and like, it didn't go off after all this time, and Susato said that Sholmes disarmed it with 7 seconds to spare. So the entire time that we've been in this room doing Dance of Deduction, or like logic, not Dance of Deduction, sorry, Logic and Reasoning Spectacular, like, it didn't blow up after all this time, which means that the time required for retreat would be a really long time? So it should be a pretty powerful explosion, right? That's what I mean. Because, like, I don't know about you, but I feel like that Logic and Reasoning Spectacular thing took like a good 15 minutes. And even if we shorten that down to 5, that's still like a very long time to be running away from a bomb. Unless Sholmes was out here like setting and resetting it. He just assumed our lowest running speeds, like when we are tired and stuff. How nice of Drebber. Yeah, he's just very considerate that way. You can't open the lock. Okay, so under here there is actually... Oh? There's actually a face under there. What's going on here, Gregson? Carrying it around as protection against Strongheart, presumably. Wait, so like... Didn't he supposedly see it? So he already knows who this is, right? Because in the museum, he's the one who's holding the lantern and looking at it actually coming out of the ground. Does that mean that, like, randomly, this lady also knows who it is? That would be extremely odd. This, like, harpsichord sounding thing kind of goes hard. And you know full well this engineer is a key witness. Why are you allowing this lawyer access to him? If Lord Strongheart knew of this, you'd be finished. You lot, leave at once? Oh, they're old friends! Is Courtney Sith a Sherlock Holmes character? They know each other. If it's protecting the machine next door that's causing such a sour expression on your face, you're quite misguided. It's really nothing more than a shell, you... Get out! Okay, bye. Mr. Naruhodo? It would appear that our delightfully entertaining investigations have run their course for today. But Mr. Sholmes... Let us leave this place in the doctor's capable hands. Bye. Okay! Damn, girl!
You don't think Courtney is an Conan Doyle character, but even back in the Professor era, it's like 10 years ago, she fucking hated Sholmes. Yeah, I mean, understandable. Based on her appearance, I think my personality is similar to hers. Just based on, like, the vibes of the character. And, like, yeah, Sholmes is probably pretty difficult to get along with. Gregson also has to go sawed off. If it wasn't for his lawyer and his companions, we'd have never found this place and the whole workshop would have been blown to bits. Oh, he spoke up for us! Goat. He is so dead. Kuh. Oh, so sorry. Didn't mean to offend. You're quite right, of course. You did disarm the time bomb, didn't you? There's another bomb? No, but like, is Barack Von Zeke's face card gonna be okay? Barack Von Zeke's face card must be okay, right? It was an hour later that we heard the news. Of the enormous explosion that ripped through the experimentation stage at the Great Exhibition. Professor Harebrain's invention, and all its secrets, were blown away forever. Oh no, that's not true. We have the blueprints. So surely it must be okay. I will make a new save. In case there's achievement stuff I need to go back and do. Back to court? Hi, Harebrain. Are you feeling okay? Your shoulders are weird. Hi, Sholmes. Why, naturally, a true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends in battle at all times. Thank you, I really appreciate it. I'll see you later then. Okay. Just lock in. Lock in. Stay calm. Lock in.
Lock in! Lock in!
Okay, he's gonna lock in. What do you want? I'm sorry, we ignored you. Okay, yes, good boy. Good boy. Good fellow. You woke up. Well done. Sorry, I say that sarcastically, but like, you know, like getting out of bed is pretty difficult sometimes. So yeah, good job. Good job. Iris had to employ her full gamut of tactics. She pulled the covers off, shook me, poked both cheeks, punched me, and kicked me from the bed. Then she poured a boiling cup of her latest experimental blend on my face, and at last I was bestirred.
Oh my, Iris has been busy.
Iris doesn't have it in her to go that far, she's too nice. Ah, I sense the spirit of a fellow scientist.
One who relishes the infinite possibilities of blending tea.
Okay. Yo, what's up, Gregson? Gregson, your coat has much less shadows than his coat does. You are clearly just a less important character. I'm sorry to break it to you. But your face is a little more interesting, at least. And you have a cool fish and chips animation. Or Professor. All the shadow budget went to his stash? Yeah, devastating. Oh, paperwork get? Autopsy report? Not updated, but taken from the archives. Oh, sorry. Courtney Stevens. Is that the same person? Did you get married? Congrats. Alright. Trial time. This is it then. The final chapter of Case 3 of the video game. Funny, my heart's racing a little. I've not felt this before, actually. This strange foreboding. As if something's going to happen in this trial that I'm not ready for. But I can't let that distract me from the only thing that really matters. Finding the truth. Oh! You're right. Kazuma's here. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. Resume the public— Okay, yeah, blah blah blah. Wow. Yeah, no, look at the height difference. That's definitely Kazuma. The prosecution is ready, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. Deep breaths. As promised, Lord Von Zieks has his apprentice with him. His apprentice with memory loss. If I may, Lord Von Zieks? Yes, my lord. There appears to be someone standing at your side. Yes, my apprentice and assistant. The prosecution believes today's proceedings will see the complexity of this case rise considerably. What the fuck? He's wearing white? Did he just uncork that bottle? That was dope as hell. That was dope as hell. I therefore instructed my assistant to attend to ensure the smooth running of the trial. And the smooth running of liquid refreshments by the look of it. The way he holds himself, the way he moves, it couldn't be anyone else. But he's still suffering from amnesia, so there's really nothing we can do at the moment. I know, but oh, this is so very hard. The prosecution successfully secured the engineer? The prosecution did? The prosecution did. Uh-huh. I'm gonna get more water. Okay. Un-BRB'd. Yes, our very random jury will represent the will of the people. I hate lies and deceit. I am a magician. I do sleight of hand. Oh, right, and he's a science man. And a toddler. Before I do, my lord, there is a report I must read to the court. The way he... Okay, yeah. Damn. Yesterday at the Great Exhibition grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case. The super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine, which was installed on the experimentation stage, was deliberately destroyed in an explosion affected by an unknown person or persons. Kaboom! It was kaboomed. Why do you have a gun? What the ever-loving fuck? We have a photograph of the wreckage. Trapdoor. He did it to destroy evidence, right? That Enoch Drebber. The court will take this print as evidence, counsel. Late yesterday afternoon, the protection afforded to the machine by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act was revoked. However, before a thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very different trial. As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity. But don't I have... Where's my burnt paper? I don't have the burnt paper? I thought we had the blueprints. However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was the result of the actions of the accused. Of that we can be certain. For it was the accused himself who was operating the machine and who ultimately caused its loss of control.
Objection.
The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpired. He acknowledges that Mr. Asmund died as a result of the accident caused by his machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters. Named counsel, if you please. The engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, and the victim himself, Mr. Odie Asman. So what exactly were those two men up to behind the defendant's back? The defense intends to expose that information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant. Alright. Call your first witness. Okay, Enoch Drebber. Name, Enoch Drebber. Occupation. Hard to pin down, I would say. They all kinda know him? Your file indicates that you are currently being investigated in connection with another case. The theft of a waxwork model isn't a most extraordinary sounding business.
He gives you Victor vibes from Arcane. Yeah, if Victor was, like, less goth, I guess. That has no bearing on this trial. Can I, like, objection? Objection, this was in your balloon. Less goth and more steampunk, yeah. More mechanical rather than magical. Victor's out here like starting a religion or whatever the hell happens in season 2, I don't know. I haven't watched Arcane season 2. Or all of Arcane season 1. But he is definitely my favorite character from Arcane season 1. He is aware of it. A terrible accident. Are you the one who made the machine? Oh, we're calling it the pinnacle of modern science. Okay. Because it definitely works. Bonafide.
Objection. Objection.
We're saying that it's fake. He's saying we established nothing of the sort. We only established the possibility that it's fake. Okay, just fucking testify. Oh my god, bro. I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago through Mr. Asmon's introduction. He provided me with the blueprints and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow? A body double? Yeah, we're gonna prove the existence of a body double. Asmon does not have a twin. So he knows stage magic, but he is also good at science. Why can't we examine this? Fostering burgeoning talent for the future of scientific discovery. Okay. Is it all made out of wood? It is kind of fucked here. This is not made of metal? Okay. Oh,
What did that change to? Blah 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 blah. Into the crystal tower, damaged its base. Okay. Explosion was an accident. Or, of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by misuse of the science. Okay, damn, bro. Met him 1 year ago because of Asmon. Made the blueprint. Oh, I meant to go here. Social was a fraud. Body double. Did the victim have a twin?
Hold it!
Wait, no, that's... Bro, say wax statue, please, I'm begging.
Objection!
Or is the game like you're not there yet? You have to play through some more of this before you establish that wax statue was involved. Shoutouts to the Stroms for having figured it out already, though. Like, he woke up for this even though he knew something was gonna happen. Or not something. He knew everything that was gonna happen already. Head first into the crystal tower.
Hold it!
Was it not head first? Was it foot first? The bottom of the cage is broken, right? Foot first? Instead of head first? Trust? We examined it ourselves. The wooden cage has sustained damage in one particular spot. The damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of that damage. All the breakages in the wood are at the base of the birdcage, not the top. What are you saying? That's the opposite of where they should be. That's right, my lord. The birdcage that was at the scene is damaged at its base. So we have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into the crystal tower, yet the damage is at the bottom?
The only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept that there were two bird cages in play that day, which were at some point switched. Switched during what wasn't a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of stage trickery. Good gracious, explain yourself, witness. He got cooked that easily? That's so embarrassing. Yeah, it crashed tail first. Everyone just misremembered. Oh, but no, multiple witness reports claim it fell head first. Materialized in the sky next to a balloon flying over the stage following a spontaneous explosion. At an altitude of some 60 feet above ground level.
Yeah? Your point?
They missaw? Which is approximately 18 meters. It then proceeded to fall some 30 feet into the Crystal Tower. In the ensuing... Oh my god, what the fuck is this word? Deflagration? Deflagration. This is another word for explosion. Combustion. But like, specific science word. Oh my god. I feel so ESL. Witness reports in such chaos are notoriously unreliable. Yeah, but everyone's saying that it fell foot first, dude. Or head first. Foot first? Head first. But the victim's neck was broken.
Objection!
He plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. Regular Zynex, you already have the stream regular Discord role. This is so embarrassing. You're not getting your points back. However he fell, it would be unsurprising to find one or two of his vertebrae crushed. Cool. What the fuck is he talking about now? Only one of the bones broke? I hate this man. If you're going to establish this deception, do it right.
He's got great robot dance moves. If I just do this, does that work? I feel like I had a cross section, but I don't know where it is. Never mind.
Objection.
He does neck isolation really well. He really does. It's really hard. Like neck and shoulders especially. Blammo. He could fall from the balloon. Oh wait, no. He could fall. Are they saying the trap door?
Take that.
Right, the original birdcage is the one that he died in, and then that's the trap door. But how did it end up in the Crystal Tower? Who's the accomplice? Or did Drebber just haul ass the thing just all the way over there? Because there's no way. Bang, you are dead. The birdcage and the one seen by the audience would have fallen almost exactly the same distance. This is very like The Prestige. You should watch that movie, by the way. I think it is my favorite movie. Very good. Me gusta.
Objection.
What the fuck are you talking about? Never cook again! You're the one who gave me the photo, you dumb fuck! Oh, he's sweating. You built the two bird cages that were used to carry out this deception. Uh-oh. Whether Professor Harebrain's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference, because it's the construction of this machine that matters, a machine designed to take Mr. Esmond's life. And lay the blame firmly at the professor's door, something that could only have been carried out by you, Mr. Enoch Drebber. Oh,
Objection.
it's Drebber over. It's Drober. Cosmo, fucking do that again. The way that he sheathes it is very slick. I like it. If my learned friend has reached the end of his wild assertions. Dude, what was it all for? Wait, does this mean he's gone through one entire bottle of wine already, or did he just toss it into the gallery while we weren't looking?
The prosecution would like to crush the defense's argument slowly but surely. What? Your argument fails to hold water. On 2 counts. Firstly, before and after the experiment, this witness went nowhere near the kinesis machine. Every relevant member of the staff from the exhibition has attested to that. In other words, Mr. Drebber had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of birdcages.
I've already explained that he wouldn't have needed to.
This nonsense with the crossbow, that doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crashed into the tower are one and the same. Katana made you realize, does Kazuma just hang around Van Zieks while he's bitching about how disgusting Nipponese people are? Maybe he's only racist to Japanese people's faces. That would be based, actually. I mean, based in the sense that, like, it's not two-faced. No need to spread hatred to uninvolved parties. Just direct it to the man himself. Is Apprentice in our court record? Age still unknown? Is Kazuma in our court record? He is not. Never mind. And the second flaw in your assertion is a distinct lack of motive. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason to do so. Motive? Contract? 30% of all remunerations are— oh! Scamming the government. On condition that both contracting parties are alive. So he has like the opposite of a motive is what Van Zieks is saying here. Ooh, I really like his theme. I also— is it true that all 3 of the men standing at the lawyer's bench have a sword right now? If Drebber had no opportunity to switch the birdcage under the stage with the one in the crystal tower, he couldn't have done it. And in any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been.
There's one aspect of your argument that still holds true, however. There were 2 birdcages. The prosecution is unable to deny that.
Ah.
So I'm sure you're on right lines, Mr. Naruhodo. And I've no doubt there are other aspects of your assertion that are undeniable truths, too. You just have to prove it.
And your bitch what reputation?
Objection.
Not impossible that he's the culprit. Get his ass! At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only 1 birdcage. Yet now we know there must have been 2. In other words, there was more to the demonstration than we realized at first. I think it's abundantly clear the same applies to the culprit. Get to the point. The stage demonstration was constructed and set up in its entirety by you, Mr. Drebber. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. So if circumstances mean it's impossible that you could have carried out the crime yourself, it points to the fact that someone else was involved. Oh, accomplice parentheses real? He did not haul the cage by himself.
Objection!
Now that you're accusing not only this witness, but someone else of the most serious of crimes. If these accusations turn out to be false, then make no mistake. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander.
Alright, that's okay. We're running it. We're sending it.
Because the video game said so, basically.
Name the accomplice!
Somehow the two bird cages must have been switched. Everything points to that, yet according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility. Okay, so the person who wrote the but yeah, okay, I guess it's Courtney. That inconsistency itself is a clue.
Counsel?
Huh, my lord?
You have received a Stark warning already. If you are nevertheless determined, then I must now ask you to identify this alleged accomplice by name. So your answer, please.
Dun, 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 dun. Take that! The name of the person in question is... What's wrong, my Nipponese friend? As opposed to this Nipponese friend of yours. Surely fear doesn't bind your tongue now. It's a little late for that. Of course I'm afraid. After all, naming her in this capacity is definitely going to make waves. A lot of waves. I could very well turn every single person in this courtroom against me. I'm sure it will be alright, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you, Mr. Sato.
The enemy always appears larger than life, but you'll appear exactly the same to the enemy.
Alright then, here goes. You've kept us waiting long enough. Your answer, counsel, now. The person who colluded with Mr. Trevor in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Sith. The autopsy report is sus! Sus! Everyone, including the cops, were banished to make way for the forensic investigation team. When else could the switch have occurred? It could only have been in that team's presence. It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. The defense demands that Dr. Sith be summoned to the witness stand at once to testify. Oh? Oh, are they mad? Uh-oh. My learned friend's imagination appears to be wilder than the East End at night. But the recklessness of your accusation aside, there's another grave problem with your argument. One which the prosecution demands you address at once. A grave problem?
Oh my word!
Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger?
What? Certainly, if the birdcage containing the body of the victim was exchanged for another, that cage must also have contained a body.
And yet, no missing persons or accidental deaths of anyone even remotely resembling the victim have been reported. Which means there was no one dead or alive who could have fulfilled the role of body double for Mr. Asman. Wax statue. GG's. And now I have to argue about it, but like, we got the plot correct. We have an answer. Present evidence. It is not a filibuster. Let me send it. Bada 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 ba. Ba 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 da da.
Take that!
Daga 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 da. We know that the victim, Mr. Asman, was in the birdcage that was situated inside the kinesis machine on stage. And therefore, he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, that contained something else. What's been described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed into the crystal tower. Yes, Council, according to your somewhat elaborate version of events. And that body double inside the second birdcage was, in fact... It's alright, Mr. Naruhodo. You're ready for this. Just steel yourself and come out with it. Thank you, Mrs. Sato. I needed that. As I was saying, the body double inside the second birdcage was, as unbelievable as it may seem, that thing there.
Objection!
What the fuck are you cooking? Open your eyes and look into mine, my Nipponese friend. Now tell me, what are you playing at? Stand firm now, Ryunosuke. This is the time to show your Japanese spirit. As the court will observe, this is a waxwork model. A model, in fact, of a infamous, I can't talk, a London murderer from 10 years ago, the Professor.
Objection!
You started by indicting the leader of the forensic investigation team as an accomplice in this crime. And now you've moved on to indicting waxworks? Yes, that's about the size of it. But why? And why this waxwork? It looks nothing like the victim. In fact, it could hardly resemble him less. What possible justification can you give? If you want to know why, ask Mr. Drebber. Oh, he's looking mighty nervous. What? Just days before Professor Harebrained performed his public demonstration, Mr. Drebber abducted this model from Madame Tuspels. Did you say abducted? And 2 days after the incident at the Great Exhibition, he returned it to the museum. Then the timing. Is this true, Mr. Drebber? At first, I couldn't see why Mr. Drebber would have stolen the waxwork and then given it back again. But now the reason is clear. He took it so that he could put it inside the second birdcage as a body double for Mr. Asman. Gah.
Objection!
Omae wa mo. Oh. Oh, is he saying jury vote downvote this? Downvote this now? That the witness fabricated this vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientist? That he did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner on a public stage in front of a vast audience? And that, to effect the deception, he used a waxwork model that in no way resembles the victim. Are we really to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide?
Objection!
Bitch, don't do the public opinion. What the fuck? Wait! Yes, if you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible. Okay, summation examination time. Alright, boys.
Guilty.
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 That's a toddler.
Kill me.
So, as indicated- oh, this is the judge. So, as indicated by the foreman, the jury has reached a consensus.
I knew that this was going to happen. We shall get through this, Mr. Naruhodo, as we always do. And uncover some new truths along the way, I'm quite sure.
Yes, I agree. I'm going to have to appeal to the jurors as usual and see if I can persuade them to change their minds. The defense will now embark on a summation examination. I love how he's not even asking us whether or not we want to do it. He's just like, alright, you know, these two Japanese kids are back at it again. Summation examination time. Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman? Very well. Alright. Prove your grounds. State your grounds. Alright, go. Oh, we're starting with juror number 6. I've known that woman for years. She'd never be accomplice to anything. It's utter nonsense to think those two would ever be conniving with one another.
Oh dear, this is most troubling. But surely the waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner, is it?
I have had my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them much. I've seen no rigorous proof that this waxwork was ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture.
Accusing someone without right evidences is not a proper job, Missy. I won't have it.
That was my best attempt at 6 different British voices. I'm sorry, they low-key all sounded the same. Somewhat unsurprisingly, it seems the introduction of this waxwork model to the proceedings has polarized opinion. Given that its face is obscured and its build in no way resembles that of the victim. You know that corn is more likely just boiled with no flavor. True, not even roasted. Poor girl. I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity at suggesting it as Mr. Assman's body double. Yes, the applause is deafening, and yes, I know it seems extraordinary, but that's the point! That's why I have a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes.
What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo?
I can't explain why at the moment, but I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used, why it has to be this model. Oh, I think I can guess why. Because she wrote the autopsy report 10 years ago. And he said that he wanted to keep it as some sort of insurance against her so that she doesn't betray him. Where she/her is Courtney and he/him is Enoch Drebber. Because surely this is the same person. Because there are no 2 people in Ace Attorney with the same name, of course. She just got married. Yes, and I'm convinced. It's something far more significant than whether or not the model looks like the victim.
Well, if that's the case, we must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs.
Yes, agreed. I have to find a way out of this. Send it! Jury examination time. Ba 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 ba.
Hold it!
They have no relationship. Romantic if they have a— okay, you're cringe. You're cringe. Nepotism ass. Rich lady. Between the defendant and the handsome— oh my god. She's a fanfiction reader. I am also a fanfiction reader, but like not like this, and not about people who I think are real.
Hold it!
What problems with the cops? When he's busking? They've come to get his ass?
Not in my day.
Not in my day!
Excuse me.
Who are you calling a mass murderer? What the fuck? Back in my day, back in the good old days. Fanfiction of fiction you think has a very different audience from fanfiction of like One Direction, yeah, or whatever, but that could just be cope. Maybe it's my bad for interpreting her as like a yaoi enjoyer when she's saying stuff like I like ooh like the relationship like between her between the guy and the prosecutor could be so very interesting. Well, not yaoi necessarily. Possible relationship between the defendant and the coroner woman. Wait, the defendant? Wait, oh, I thought she meant Trevor, but no, she's just talking about Hairbrain. Hairbrain and the coroner? What relationship is there? But like, yes, they used to be friends. I can't read. Never mind. I think this was more of a self-report than anything, although I do not ship real people like that. Shipping real people you meet is just an old people thing? Oh my god, yeah. I feel like... Yeah, no, if I were single, my parents would definitely, like... My mom would be taking, like, the... Well, she calls them kids. The young adults who are on her team at work, and she would be like, oh, this person's single? But she wouldn't, like, tell them about it. She would only tell me about it. And be like, you should go make more friends. Your parents do that all the time with your brother? Yeah, your brother's cooked. The cops used to be respected. Coroner's report was the hallmark of investigation done right. Especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens put her name to it. Best of the best. Ah, okay. The maiden name reveal. Damn, she got married. So they are related because she wrote the coroner's report for the professor, the waxwork.
Objection.
I presume you have heard what juror number 6 said in his statement. It's brought to light the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Sith. Which in turn has revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before.
Naturally, as a woman of society, I find such connections and relationships irresistible.
I am not a woman of society. I would rather kill myself than become this person. Oh, that's so embarrassing. One of the interns, actually, who is currently at my company, is like a real, like, relationship, like, nepotism enjoyer. But not in the sense that, like, his parents are necessarily well connected or anything. But he'll, like, be chatting up, like, the middle and like higher tiers of management, and he'll be like, oh, like, do you know like this person like who's like, I don't know, like the head of like blah blah blah, like like something, right, in our job. Yeah, I went to summer camp with his nephew. Isn't that so crazy? Like, what? That's so embarrassing for you. Don't act like that. That's cringe. Middle management doesn't give a fuck who you know. Like, if you don't... Anyways. So, yeah. This behavior is embarrassing in Hollywood.
But oh golly, I'm afraid I fail to see what you mean.
Dr. Sith's maiden name is Stevens. And through that name, the coroner is very definitely linked to the waxwork of the killer. The defense has evidence to prove it.
My goodness, evidence you say? How utterly, utterly enthralling.
Counsel, the courts cannot overlook that last remark. I very much hope there is substance to your claim.
Of course, my lord. I would ask the court to look at this.
Autopsy report.
Take that!
Take that. I have here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago. A 10-year-old autopsy report? What relevance does that have? It is, of course, the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork, the killer known as the Professor. The Professor? But the man was a capital offender, so... That's right. This is the certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gives few details. But what's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens.
Oh my, Courtney Stevens.
It appears that the professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Sith 10 years ago. And a few days ago, Mr. Drebber very deliberately stole the waxwork of the professor from Madame Tispel's. A waxwork that doesn't, in fact, resemble the victim, Mr. Asmund, at all.
And do you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events?
Oh, she is just here for the drama. Honestly, that's valid. I also enjoy consuming drama, but like, not of real people, but more just Game of Thrones shit.
Absolutely, I'm sure of it.
There's no doubt in my mind that the Professor case is at the heart of a link that we have yet to uncover between Dr. Courtney Sith and Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. This is all most extraordinary. We're surely obliged now to explore this further.
Oh, hog. It wasn't like this back in your day. I feel like back in your day, it might very well have still been like that, but we'll see.
Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Instantaneous kinesis is a trick, isn't it? Oh, but we have proof that the waxwork was there because we have the piece of glass. She really said not guilty for the plot, and she's based. We have evidence. Of course, we have glass. What the fuck? Why is the trust men in white coats? Our outfit is... This is like racism. But for the color of the clothes that I'm wearing, so it's even more ridiculous.
Take that!
Take that! What's that? A piece of glass? No, it's unusually thick for glass. Yes, it's a piece of broken glass that we found inside the jacket on the waxwork. As you say, it's not ordinary glass though. It's very thick and clearly made for extra strength. Much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower. Exactly! The centerpiece of the Great Exhibition, where the very incident we're talking about took place. On the day in question. The birdcage fell from above and smashed through a window of that special glass. From whence this small piece originated, is that it? Precisely. So what do you say? Now that clear evidence in support of the assertion has been placed before you. Oh, when the reasoning of sound color doesn't come into it. Okay, so only kinda racist. He's amended his statement. Well, we have the proper evidence now. Get cooked, you toddler.
Objection.
Good gracious, to whose statements do you refer, counsel? If you could put down your corn for a moment, juror number 5. Oh, you mean me? You've pointed out that it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence. But the accusation that the waxwork model was inside the second birdcage on the day in question is not without supporting evidence, as the defense, demonstrated to the juror sitting beside you. Hi, Slendy, welcome. Oh, is that right? Would it be fair to say? You didn't follow the argument? I don't understand much besides Cardinal Cobb, to be honest. Of course you don't. If I could interject here. Okay. There is evidence. As a man of science, he wants to hear more. Okay, thank you. Child, please also change your vote. Please, please, toddler. Please, toddler. This is not how juries should work. Why is there, like, a 5-year-old? Success, if you can call it that. Thank you, counsel, that will do. As a result of the summation examination, the jury's overall leading has changed. 2 jurors now called guilty against 4 called not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach consensus at this time, and the trial must continue. We did it.
Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Another wonderful victory.
Victory, victory. I can't read. Oh, waxwork of the despicable professor, used as a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case. I must say it's extremely hard to believe the assertion could possibly be true. However,
It would appear that it does warrant further investigation. Is there more investigation after this? That was a really short trial, there's no way. Oh wait, no, this is the end of the summation examination. Okay, so we're going to go back to more trial. Okay, okay. Madam to spells.
Listen carefully, my learned friend.
Oh, yes?
You should know that you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box. So it's related to your brother.
The court shall now adjourn for 45 minutes. During that time, the prosecution will summon the new witness and prepare her for taking the stand.
Madam to spells, yes. I shall see to it at once, my lord.
Yes, me lord.
Ah, the Knight Errant himself.
Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes?
I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time.
Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs, as a spectator at least. I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself. I have to ask. What on earth is going on? It makes no sense. What's this professor business all about? He doesn't look like any professor I've ever met before. Who even is he? Ah, of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago.
Yes, the professor. When I discovered he was the one who had been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me.
But who knew the monster would come knocking at your door? My heartfelt sympathies.
As it turns out, Lord Von Zieks is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realized, isn't he?
Yes, how true. His great friend from university in the dock.
And now a waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too. I imagine even the shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth. An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man. You make it sound deliberate.
I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling.
Oh yes, in what particular manner?
Well, there's Mr. Drubber, Dr. Sith, and Lord Von Zieks. It seems that everybody in the trial has a link to the case somehow.
Hang on. Though that leaves me as an empty set, all alone with no intersection to any other. But you are a subset of all sets. All sets, don't worry, Harebrain, you're still one of the gang. Not really, but like, you know. Math joke, I'm gonna end it all. Oh, she's here. How am I? I'm doing well. I'm excited to see this case through the end. Dr. Sith!
Ah, Dr. Courtney Sith, née Stevens. Good day to you.
Hello, Sholmes. That was very shrewd of you.
What in particular, pray?
You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you?
Why would you assume such a thing?
Because Gregson told me. To think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory. A laboratory wielding my scalpel. I smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant.
A policeman on the jury had a lot to say about you as it happens, Dr. Sith. And I've accused you of being complicit in what happened. I'm hoping that you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened.
That certainly won't be possible.
Yo, Taz, thank you for the raid. Oh my gosh. Hello. I hope that the tournament went well. It is Jovili, Great Ace Attorney. Hi, ads. Yes, we are on case 3 of the second game of the Great Ace Attorney. Yeah, hi Raiders. I used to play Tetris, but I'm old and washed up and like in my 20s now. And also I started making real money, so I can play games that, you know, I buy instead of Tetris. So that's what I've been doing with my life. But well, not Taz, but Jaws, Jastrus, amateur weeklies. Really, like, it's very nostalgic to me. Because one of my good friends, Modest Tomato, was really involved in that back when we were still in high school. Which is a sentence of all time. So, you know, thank you very much for the raid. I hope that... Oh, let's see. Vince HD1, well, congratulations to him. Lord Strong... Okay, so she's not allowed to testify because Strongheart doesn't let her. Alright, I see. The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. But attempting to hide from the truth, that's cowardice. I've always fought crime in the way that I see fit. I have no regrets. None at all. And that's all I came here to say. So, good day to you. Okay, bye. Damn, alright. Did you kill her brother? Or not her brother, his brother? She mentioned it too, this Pandora's box. Or like, are all of these British people just complicit in Strongheart's conspiracy? You must be aware of it. Was your brother also involved? Do you know something about it? Does your dad know something about it? And like, clearly you too. Then what about you? You're 45 years old. 10 years ago, you were 35. That's crazy. Surely you know a little bit too. This is a character that I hope doesn't appear again. What were you, like, born around then? Her being 10 surely is also significant, right? There's really no cause for concern, I assure you, when the trial resumes. The meaning will become all too apparent, whether you'd like it to or not. Huh? Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. That was a 45-minute conversation. The edge of my seat awaits. I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much. Like, the edge of my seat awaits? Who are you? Who are you acting for? Who are you acting for? Like, you're... Surely you know everything that's going on already. Like, both you and Susato's dad know about the Hound of the Baskervilles already. Where's the British accent? That was me trying my best, ads. I'm sorry, as a certified Brit, you know, like, you may find it extremely disappointing, but the only interaction that I have with a, like, vaguely British sounding accent on a regular basis is my Australian coworker who lives in London. So I'm really out here, I'm really out here doing my very best. Yes, one word of warning before I go. If, in the course of this trial, this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter whatever may come to pass. Alright, I understand. Thank you. Good, I shall make myself scarce then. I purchased a bar of caramel earlier, so I shall be gnawing on that as you gnaw away at the truth. Have fun, you overgrown toddler. What's that warning from Mr. Sholmes really mean, I wonder? Especially the bit about whatever may come to pass. Come on, let's run it. Trial is back.
It's time for the final chapter, then, of Chapter 3 of the 5-chapter game. I'm determined to find the truth. No matter what. I think 24th October, 12:40 p.m. makes me mad. Like, this just doesn't... I understand that this is how Europeans do dates. And Brits, if you want to call them Europeans, despite Brexit and all that. I guess this is still in like 1900, 1901 or whatever, so no Brexit yet. But like, you have time, and then you have date, and then you have month. It's not in order. It should be year, month, date, time. Right? Am I stupid? Hello, sir. Looking like a persona from Shin Megami Tensei. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. How do you think we feel when you do month, date, year? I also disagree. I also disagree with month, day, year. I will have you know that on my personal computer, the time is in 24-hour time, and the date format is like 2025-07-18. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready and able to continue? The prosecution is ready, my lord. Yes, my lord. The defense is also ready. As the court is aware, the case under our scrutiny began with a damaging incident at the Great Exhibition. The computer programmer's way of doing it. Yeah, or not even necessarily computer programmer, just like someone who enjoys data being clean. For me, it's more like this statistician/data scientist's way of doing it. Yet we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectation. As seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Nipponese is involved, my lord. 20250719031. Is it 3 a.m.? Devastating. So then, let us begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that the waxwork was cardinally involved in this matter. The racist Reaper. Wait, that's so good. Capital R again, racist Reaper. Lord Von Zeeks. Yeah, I imagine he says Nipponese with just such vitriol. My lord. Are we still awaiting the arrival of Madame Tispels? Not at all. She is in the antechamber as we speak and ready to be summoned. Very well, bring them. Okay, yeah. Witness testimony time. The Nipponese this, the Nipponese that. Yeah, true. Okay, Madame Tispels. Things are about to become a lot more intense. If Drebber is responsible, as I'm sure he is, it means he must have had an accomplice. And Dr. Sith. And what connects the pair of them is the waxwork. Yes, the model of the professor. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present it's always all we have to go on. Is that Sholmes? His head's a little bit too big, or maybe that's fitting. State your name and occupation for the court, please. My name is Madame Esmeralda Tispels. I am a waxwork artisan, and the proprietress at the Madame Tispels Museum of Waxwork. You'll have to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon. Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? And now there are 2 of them in the world. Oh my! What expression is she carving onto that face? You like the French? I'm really just out here trying my very hardest.
A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this?
Oui, that is true. At first, we believed it had been kidnapped.
A waxwork model kidnapped?
Yes, my lord. There was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I have just been told outside the courtrooms, that was not the true reason. I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim.
At present, that is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Odie Asman.
Oh, but of course I know him well. He is part of my odious personages exhibit. I detest to say what is evident, but Mr. Asman does not resemble the professor at all.
Yes, but perhaps their faces are very similar?
Are you suggesting that we should see now the demasked visage of the professor? I have here the key, but it is strictly forbidden to open the lock.
This is absurd.
Pardon?
I don't know what face you've carved onto your fancy figure beneath that mask. But clearly, it won't be that of the actual killer.
Indeed. The man's identity was never made public, after all.
The trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret. There is no possible way that a repository of tawdry exhibits could get its hands on that information.
Oh, he sounds upset. Que dommage. It would seem you're unaware of the Tuspel's principles.
What principles?
The family Tuspel has always prided itself on sculpting its models à la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. Et voila, our principles.
There's a well-known legend about the Tuspel's waxworks from the time of the French Revolution. A member of the Tuspel's family is said to have made a waxwork of the queen who was executed.
Oui, that is true. It was a century ago now.
A century ago? Marie. When did she die? 1793. Yeah, that is about 100 years ago. That does make sense.
I believe the queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death, actually at the guillotine site.
You are correct. The model is on display still today in the House of Horrors. We Tuspels will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects.
Dear me, a somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose.
Is the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. And it has been my family's secret for generations.
Do you mean to say that beneath that mask, guess to who the masked professor is? Based on the meta of it being important and 10 years ago, and a big secret that will open up Pandora's box, I think it's Clint Von Zieks. But like, that's only because they're making a big deal out of it. If they weren't doing like all this heavy foreshadowing shit, I would have no idea. Or not foreshadowing shit, but like the meta. Oh, prosecutor. Oh, Kazuma, obviously. There's already been like entire ass conversations, like Sasato's had tears in her eyes like twice. And he was like, seems real familiar. Sorry, I thought... Wow, I really like read masked and then word that starts with P-R-O. And ends in R, and I was like, yes, the professor. Sorry. Do you mean to say that beneath that mask?
Oui, the true visage of the killer is there.
This is ludicrous. It's out of the question.
The professor spit terror throughout Great Britain.
Interesting to hear. I think, like, if Kazuma is wrong, I'm gifting, like, 10 subs. That, like, the game has been too blatant about that for it to be anything but Kazuma. To be under the mask of the guy, like, standing next to Von Zieks here. But the other one I'm less confident on.
As a result, the Madame Tussauds special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. The killer emerging from his own grave. It is a sight to behold. You should come.
I think, madam, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony on this matter. You explain every detail of this macabre model and your personal involvement in its creation.
With pleasure.
If it is Kazuma, how the fuck is he still alive? I mean, like, he just fell and, I don't know, hit his head or spine or something on something that admittedly was not, like, that, like, far from, like, the distance that he fell was not a lot, right? And Sholmes just was like, oh, you came to the UK to, like, to go... Because, like, I mean... Kazuma's goals have always been very nebulous, right? They foreshadowed this a lot. Like, he wants to, you know, go to Britain and learn about the law and, like, come back and reform Japan's justice system, true. But, like, even from the very beginning, when he was getting on that boat, it really felt like, you know, there was something else that he wanted to accomplish. So, like, presumably, like, this big conspiracy that's wrapped around Lord Strongheart is connected to him in some way. Something like that. So, like, maybe, like, by being kind of dead, like, kind of not really dead, Sholmes let him slip under the radar and, like, go do his own investigating, and, like, maybe he's going to go assassinate, like, what's the word? Like, maybe he's going to go assassinate Strongheart or something, although that would probably, like, not be a very good ending. Like, he wants to go do something. So, like, the answer is literally just Sholmes. Like, we were literally like, Sholmes, you lied to us. You said that Kazuma was dead, but he's clearly not. And Sholmes was like, if I made an ahaha, you know, I was just caught up in the spirit of the murder, and just say I forgore, would you believe me? And then, like, and we were like, no. And by we, I mean, sorry, Ryunosuke and Susato were like, no. So it's definitely Sholmes. Like, Sholmes knows more than he's letting on. Like, Sholmes has, like, some sort of, like, connection with Susato's dad also, right? That they're not letting on. There's something dangerous about the Hound of the Baskervilles, so I'm assuming the Hound of the Baskervilles is, like, the professor who was, like, doing hunting dog shit. And, like, murdering rich people. Probably at Strongheart's beck and call, right? Like, that's what that case, like, is really referring to. Or not case, but, like, journal entry / novel of Iris's. So, yeah, like, Sholmes probably. Sholmes is probably, like, 80% of the way there with, like, or more than 80% of the way there with the truth behind Strongheart's conspiracy, but he has just probably, like, no way of proving it. And he is not a lawyer. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse in accordance with Tussauds family principles. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger and created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the Oh, so she knows him! She knows, I forgot his name, Enoch Drebber. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. Scarily accurate with my predictions. I mean, admittedly, I got spoiled a little bit. I was listening to Partners the Game is Afoot and scrolled down to the comments and I was like, oh, I see. Susato's dad is friends with Sholmes. So, like, I'm working on more information than I should have. But, like, I don't know. Everything else seems, like, pretty standard. Like, if I assume that Strongheart is the big bad, like, everything kind of follows. And, like, it's very obvious, just even based on the way that he's posed, like, on the cover of the video game, I guess. Literally just on the cover that Strongheart is bad. Okay, I will do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family is celebrated for. Nobody else knew, only the gravedigger. What harm did it do, eh? So you truly saw it? The face of that monster?
Naturally, I was aware at the time that his identity was a secret. But the spells would not be the spells if we did not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures.
I don't believe this. Also, like, based on the way that he's acting right now, I think I am increasingly confident that the professor is his brother. But that is also mostly because he is, like, standing alone very suspiciously on the cover. Yeah, actually, that's based on him, like, my entire prediction of, what's his name, Clint, being the professor, is based on him having, like, kind of fucked vibes on the cover of the video game.
A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own—
Oh, this is the judge. A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave.
The scene it depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time. The special exhibit was based on this picture in the article.
Asmon. Odie Asmon. Did he also know? This?
It was the most detailed account of what happened.
What happened? I can't fucking read. What happened?
As reported by the eyewitnesses who saw it.
I think, like, the other explanation, like, the other theory that I have for the professor, is that it's a Japanese person. And that's why he hates Japanese people so much. Like, it's someone who is in Japan, a Japanese person who was in the UK 10 years ago. I think, like, if I hadn't gotten spoiled by that one YouTube comment, I would think, like, maybe the professor is Susato's dad? Or someone, like, kind of like that? Like, maybe the judge of the Japanese court or something? Yes, because he is the same age as Susato's dad. They are friends. Like, that man is definitely suspicious. Not sure if there's more of them. And, like, the reason he hates Japanese people so much is because one killed his brother. And maybe, like, if there really is a dead body in there, then, like, they killed, I don't know, just someone, another Japanese, like, foreign exchange student or something. And, like, that's a part of the reason why, like, the Japanese government seems so subservient to the whims of the British one. It's because there's, like, this, like, hidden diplomatic scandal, that, like, no one knows about. Which is why, like, when Britain was like, you have to extradite Giselle Brett to Shanghai, like, Japan just kind of went with it. Like, there's also some aspect of that to the story, but I'm not really sure, like, how it ties in. Man rises from the grave. It's too absurd for words.
The public enjoy absurdity, monsieur. That is why I have reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum.
And it's a waxwork from that exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, wasn't it?
That is correct. The professor you see before you here.
Most puzzling. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination. This waxwork links Drebber to Dr. Sith, and there has to be some reason for that, which hasn't yet come to light. But I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. I'll prove that Dr. Sith and Drebber were in on this crime together. Blah blah blah. Rumor that struck society. Visage, yeah. Enlisted the help of the gravedigger, so she knows him too. Add yourself into a game. Oh, it was there for a very long time. Okay. Maybe, like, both of these? These are both weird. Both weird.
Surely that's illegal. Oh, okay. Nope, that's just not right. Nothing to do with money. Has to record the history. You know what? That's pretty admirable. It's the raison d'etre of the Two Spells Museum. But if the man was convicted in a closed court and sent for immediate execution, then surely nobody but the members of the judiciary know the killer's members of the judiciary present know the killer's true identity. I assure you, behind that mask is hidden the true face of the professor. Do you realize what you're saying? The professor's identity is a national secret. I understand. And now that the truth about the special exhibit has been revealed, it must perhaps close. Of course it will. As will your entire museum if you don't tread very carefully, madam. That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think, don't you? So, 10 years ago, on the night of the professor's execution, you took a wax impression of his face from the corpse. Oui, exactement.
Hold it!
You were there longer than you expected to be? I had some difficulties in capturing the subject form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open and I had some problems with the chin. What the fuck? The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing and consequently his chin would not align itself correctly. Oh dear! What a horrible thought! Under normal circumstances I would have an assistant with me. However, that night, I was alone. And as a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time. What the fuck are you talking about? When I take the impression of the visage of a cadaver, I'll always wait until 3 hours after death. Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant? It is because if we go— oh! Okay, understood. Okay, yeah, ESL... You have no chance with the Latin. I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. It's the name given to a phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is entirely rigid and inflexible. And then from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when a body is discovered. Science is so cool, Ryu, don't you agree? Well, that was an education. If a slightly scary one. He doesn't agree. That's okay. As the Mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death and it starts in the jaw. I see. So that's why you wait. Before that time, the mouth falls open and it is very difficult to do my work. It's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. Is it significant? The information about rigor mortis that you just shared with us, would you mind including it in your formal testimony? It could be significant, please. Oh! The autopsy report might be fucked? Girl! This is no time for jokes, Mrs. Sato. Oh. Updated autopsy report. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight on 17th of June. Okay. So, was it 3 AM? Bien sûr. How long?
Hold it!
The professor died on your birthday? It was you. Yeah. What the fuck did she just say? Her dad could tell us. Alright, you Nepo baby. Okay.
Wait, hang on, what the fuck? As dawn approached? The time is fucked. The death time is fucked.
Objection.
I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows. And is that the problem? I believe it is, because your testimony and a particular detail in the report completely contradict one another. What? Are you going to explain yourself, my Nipponese friend? According to her testimony, Madame Tuspels was creating her wax impression just before dawn. Von Zieks has an updated autopsy report 10 years later. Just automatic legendary prosecutor up there with the goat. Mr. Miles Edgeworth himself. And at the time, rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, madame? You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis 2 to 3 hours after death. But the man's chin was limp, so he could not have been dead for a long time. But on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Sitta's report, it quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th room. No. If the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would have already have set in. Oui, yes, you are right. The chin, it would have been completely stiff. In other words, this report is wrong.
Objection.
No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd. In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time. Impossible. I really like that animation of his. Like, when he just flounces back and his hair does the little bounce. And he's just so, like, it's so anime of him. Because the camera's not moving in tandem with his movement, it looks extra goofy. But, like, if we had, like, Brock Von Ziek's face card close up, like, that would go really hard. We're indicting, also implicating, well, yeah. I don't think we're implicating members of the staff. We're implicating the guy who's in charge. I mean, Ace Attorney is anime, but, like... okay, you know what I mean. My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact. What fact? The professor died that night, without question. He did? Of course he did. I moved the man's limp jaw with my own hands. There was no... Yes, the professor died that night, but what if he didn't die at the gallows? Didn't die at... Are you insane? Didn't die at... Are you insane? What exactly are you suggesting did happen in that case? It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link between Dr. Sith, the professor, and that one other person of interest. I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night. We do? Oh, I don't know what he's talking about. What really happens the night of the professor's execution? What the fuck? Was he just not dead yet? And then he got shot. He was alive. They dug him up. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, and then he died. He got shot?
Take that.
Huh? I didn't read the newspaper article. Until now. What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. Executed criminal, returned in the dead of night at local cemetery. You're suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now? Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. The professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again.
Objection.
Don't be a fool, that's simply a rumor published by the gutter press. Can you be certain of that? Are you serious? The point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened. My word, yes indeed. Moe, the young man who stole into the cemetery by chance that night.
Objection.
Of course there was a witness. The story didn't write itself, but obviously the man made it all up. And in any case, this was 10 years ago now. There would surely be no hope of finding him.
Objection.
On the contrary, my lord, we all know this witness well. Well, it says so in the fucking article! If we went 100 years to the future, we know spirit summoning is real. True. You can just have Maya Fey summon the dead guy. I mean, it's just him. His name's literally in the article.
Take that.
It recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. A condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and beside the tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon the terrifying sight. And that young man is 10-year younger Enoch Drebber. This works. Order, order! Surely not, Council. Drebber was there, in Lowgate Cemetery. What is all this talk about Mr. Drebber? Is the name significant? Of course, Madame Tispels doesn't know, does she? Yes, it's extremely significant, Madam. Your situation as well, in fact. What situation? He stole your stuff? The theft of the Professor waxwork from your museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man. No! But that would mean... Yep, that would mean. Madame Tispels. It would appear you know the name Enoch Drebber. Oh, yes, I know it. From long ago in the past. What? Yeah, he was just a gravedigger, right? Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know. Yes, yes, of course. The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed. That is apart from one newspaper. The Daily Circus.
It is the paper from which comes the article I have already shown the court.
You're saying his full name was only publicized in that article? Oh, goodness me. Yes, here it is. The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber. A disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms. Daily Circus sounds like a reputable newspaper. Yeah, very much so. Unbelievable. When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of night would make a perfect exhibit for my House of Horrors, whether what's the truth or not. I see. So you went to meet Mr. Drebber in order to sculpt a waxwork of the man, did you? Exactement. He was studying science at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork. And since that time, it has been in my museum to recreate the scene of terror from the cemetery. Okay, stonks, I guess. Get that bag. So, 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he'd witnessed. A criminal who had been put to death, re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. Ten years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal. Ostensibly to use a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today. Even though the waxwork's build is a poor match for the victim, and its face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Which brings us to 3 days ago when the birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. If the birdcage had contained, not the body of Mr. Asman, but that same waxwork, the coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated, Dr. Sif, would have noticed immediately. And yet she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court has seen earlier. Why? Because the waxwork was that of the professor, is that what you're saying? Dr. Sith put her name to a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who was still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Drebber. But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Mr. Drebber used that particular waxwork as the body double. You know what? Drebber cooked? Drebber cooked here. He did his best. My lord, this court must summon Dr. Sith to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected. Oh man. Von Zeeks is JoJo posing. That's how you know it's kind of over for him. Oh, she's not allowed to talk about it. Okay. The prosecution calls for the instructions in that missive to be scrapped.
But Lord Van Zieks, the missive was issued from the Lord Chief Justice's office.
Objection!
Cook! Cook! The assigned prosecutor has the final say on policy in any particular trial. In other words, me. Okay. Okay, bro. Weird flex. Von Zieks, you stick it to Strongheart. Boy, so true, you stick it to the man. Yes. Cook 'em, cook 'em. Let Enoch Drebber and Dr. Sith both take the stand together. I feel like this is one of the only solo cross-examinations that we've had. Like, usually it's multiple people. And, like, in this case, it's, I think, the first time that we've gotten only one person? The woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders. Alright then, Enoch Drebber and Dr. Sith. If they weren't colluding with one another, this crime could never have been committed. I'm just a stone's throw away, I can feel it. The truth behind all this is about to come out. And you are also here. Thank you for your attendance at such short notice, Dr. Sith. It's mass cross examination from Professor Layton versus Ace Attorney. Oh, Professor Layton versus Ace Attorney also had the multiple. Would recommend as well as Ace Attorney Investigations. Yes, I have played Ace Attorney Investigations already. This is the 10th Ace Attorney game that I am playing. I decided to be done with the present universe. The 2017 to like 2026 universe before heading back in time. I'm disappointed in you, Lord Van Zieks. You've completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Betrayal is not in my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. Ads, you will find this funny to hear. I was holding on to Cope that Carmelo Gustavo's son was actually what's her name? Verity Gavel. Like, either the kid was actually a girl the entire time, or Verity Gavel was like secretly a dude. Because, you know, this game's never gonna have trans representation, of course. And I was like, so holding on to hope that like she was just out here like being annoying, you know, as a big fuck you to her dad. But no, then it turned out to be the monkey man, which is, you know, well, okay. I mean, that's fun too. Like, the game did indeed attempt to have themes of like daddy issues and like having people there for you when you are, you know, having like a hard time with your family life, etc. But like I hoped that the bad guy would have been Verity Gavel. I will pursue the matter to the bitter end. As would any prosecutor worth his salt. What did I think of the Neverending AAI1 Case 5? I like fully dissociated every single time, like, whatever his name it was opened his mouth. The tree-looking man. Like, at some point, he was just saying words, and I, like, knew the right buttons to press because, you know, I was reading enough of the words, but, like, I could not regurgitate that case to you. It was not very fun. Okay, as the investigating coroner, you were the first one on the scene to examine the victim's body. It's the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime. I also think that, like, the building being symmetrical is kind of a bit of a... I don't know. Like, it's a bit of a gimmick. At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue. What are you talking about?
Okay, this is kind of just regurgitating everything, right? Like, you are connected because of the waxwork. And we are saying that you are sus, and you are saying that you are not sus? I haven't read all of the words very closely. If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction but reality, it would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Sith's. A secret so profound it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. Mr. Drebber, tell the court. Tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery. So, he was the student who saw it. You can see the resemblance, actually, can't you? With the man in Madame Tussauds, I mean. He was... Okay, yes, just... Cook him! Cook. More importantly, cook Strongheart! Get his ass! When at the time not one person would take me seriously. Yet now here we are, 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters, in a court of law too. Very well then, if everyone so wishes. Let's be frank, I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night for what it's worth. She is so disappointed. How old are they? He's like 30-something? 35? 39. A little older. Got it. So, Mr. Drebber, your testimony, please, about the events that happened that night 10 years ago. You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery. Yes, of course, as you wish. Alright. In the cemetery 10 years earlier. The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery at all 10 years earlier was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say. Yes, the illustration in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realized that I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. Wait, what? Yeah, he didn't actually see the professor, question mark? What? What is his angle here? What was your auxiliary business? He was grave robbing. Exhuming fresh corpses to sell? Wow, he was there for the science. Oh, what the fuck? He was there for the... The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. It was the only paper with the bad grades to identify me unambiguously, I might add. The reporter who exposed... Right, Osmond drew it. Asmund, sorry. Claiming to see something he never- okay, yeah, no. Bullshit. Bull fucking shit.
Hold it!
This doesn't make sense! He's saying the dead person that he saw wasn't the professor? I want to present newspaper article. I have no, like, explanation for this, but, like, they literally contradict. Also, Asmund's on here, so, like, it makes you extra sus, because he's dead now.
Objection!
Sorry, Mr. Drebber, but I don't believe that. Don't believe what? Oh, okay. We literally just go, nuh-uh, nuh-uh. I was there and you were not. Okay. A figure emerging from a tomb wearing an iron mask. He wore the mask to hide his identity. Oh. I see. He had information he couldn't have been privy to unless he'd seen him. Checks out. Okay, well, I went nuh-uh because the newspaper says you saw him, so you have to explain that a little bit better than like, oh, I lied to the newspaper. Like, that's bullshit. Oh, and then he realized he'd been mistaken, but he does his creepy-ass grin when he does that, so, you know. Huh?
Hold it!
A fellow grave robber? What are you cooking? The grave robber got tired and decided to go lay down in the grave? Yeah, bro. Huh?
Just another student on equally insalubrious business as yourself.
Objection!
But there's more to the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say. In the next second, a gunshot suddenly rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. If a gravedigger had been shot, had shot someone in this cemetery, I think it might have been rather big news, my lord. But it just got covered up.
Strange.
Strange.
Excuse me.
Rara. Pardon. I was lost in my thoughts. Would it be fair to say that Mr. Drebber's last remark was significant to you in some way? I thought it was a little strange, that's all. Monsieur Drebber, who claimed this now? If you don't mind me saying, madam. What are you talking about? Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, no? Including the gunshot. Stop. You might want to watch your tongue, you know.
Objection!
Have a care, Drebber. That's no way to speak to a lady. Please, Madam Tispels, carry on. Of course. According to what Monsieur Drebber told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him and the bullet hit the condemned man. I said nothing of the sort. No, you were very explicit about the details. About the mask that the figure was wearing. And the blood that splattered over you when he was shot. Enough! Shut up, woman! You're making this all up. Oh, woman.
That will do. Mr. Drebber,
Yes?
you refute the account just given by Madame Tispels?
I have no recollection of ever saying those things. Come on, do you really expect us to
Control yourself, counsel. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom.
Right.
Under the circumstances, I think it might be best that you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position on this witness.
Very well. There was no gunshot. No blood splatter. That's just a lie, because there's blood on the camera.
Objection!
What? Is the dark staining not confirmed to be blood? I'm gonna kill myself. I literally clicked on it, okay? I wouldn't have done that if I didn't click on it during the investigation. Like, I literally investigated it, and the court record changed itself to say some dark brown staining is visible here. So if I click on it again, it's going to become blood?
It didn't fucking change! What? The fuck?
Hold it!
Yeah, I didn't press it. You're right, I didn't press it. Why, Ace Attorney? Yeah, I hit the Q button.
Objection!
What? Did I press it on the wrong statement? I might've, hang on. We run it back? Did I accidentally press it on the third one? Maybe there's something else we have to challenge? Like what? Oh, maybe we need to establish that the camera existed? Oh, because we got the camera from the model?
Hold it!
Oh! She bought the camera. God fucking damn it. We need to establish that the camera was there. Oh my god. I feel like that's not even me. That's just on the video game. Okay, now if I hit it again, just in case. If the text changes to be like it's blood. Okay, yes, what a wonderful machine. I get it. You like automatons. I like them too. You and me are the same. Okay. So,
Objection!
go! Oh, the misery. Do you remember this camera? But, is the camera from that fateful night? Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. It even has the little plus-minus motif that is all over his clothes, so you know it's his. It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Drebber. It's Drebover. And is that supposed to be significant? This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed that the lens extends forward on the end of some bellows. Like this.
Hold it!
What's that? There, just on the bellows. It looks like a dark red stain. That's right. It's a rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact.
Good lord, are you suggesting?
Yes, my lord. Oh, right. Because up until this point, it could have just been any old replica camera. But we established that this was the camera that she bought from him. It was his camera that he took there in the moment. Okay, I understand. Yeah. Yes, my lord. It would appear to be a spatter of blood. Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Sith? It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood and not the blood of some animal. But yes, to test whether or not it's blood at all is simple enough. I propose that Madame Dispel's testimony was correct. And on the night in question 10 years ago, you were spattered with blood from the gunshot wound. Well, And that furthermore, you did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb. There's no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night.
Objection!
But why? Why would he want to do that? Well, not for his own gain, it would seem. For whose then? Who could benefit? Mr. Drebber is obviously lying in order to protect somebody.
My goodness, he's shielding someone.
Yes, my lord, and clearly it's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor coming back to life to be exposed.
Well, Council, who is it then?
I mean, like him. But the answer that they want is her.
Take that!
The obvious answer is Dr. Sith. Sith?
Whoa, whatever do you mean?
Oh, wow. Fuck, like, glare harder, I guess? She exudes confidence. That's really cool of her. Also, I like waistcoats. They are aesthetically very pleasing. Imagine if the convict who had been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that was to come to light. What are you insinuating? And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor.
That would be an unprecedented scandal.
Objection!
This is beyond a joke. Need I point out that the dead cannot come back to life? What you're suggesting would mean that the execution never actually happened. Pengration, you caught on. Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
Objection!
Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape, not in Great Britain.
Objection!
But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging. Congration mentioned, yes.
If that were true, Council, the implications of misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner. It would take the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up.
And it's exactly because of those monumental repercussions that Dr. Sith would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I wonder what's gonna happen in the next couple of cases. Even if that meant being complicit in a crime. If case 4 is like Professor Retrial,
or something like that. Or not retrial, but like... I don't know. Oh, I guess there's no false convictions. As a defense attorney, it's really awkward, right? We can't exactly like defend anyone. Because presumably all these people are like in jail or dead. I don't know. How would we arrive at the truth? Who would have to be the defendant? I guess we will see. I mean that Dr. Sith wasn't collaborating in Mr. Drebber's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the dead body of Mr. Asmund with the waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. Gooked. Look, Lord Von Zieks, is it leg time? Pray forgive my freshly filled hallowed chalice and a whole raft of other discourtesies now. Do you think he's an alcoholic? He's had a lot of wine. I would be like passed out on the ground by now. It's just the sort of tall tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead. A Scotland Yard cover-up. A conspiracy at the highest levels. Yep. Dude, imagine if there was a scandal that, like, Jeffrey Epstein... like, someone just saw Jeffrey Epstein just walking around. Just... like the streets of, I don't know, just like New York or something. That would be crazy. I feel like, I mean, maybe that would be a little bit more insane, but that, like, that's the type of shit that's going on in this universe right now, right? So let me ask you one thing. What's that? If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night only to be shot in the chest, you think if it was New York, people would just assume that it was some guy who looked super similar? Yeah, maybe. Who pulled the trigger and disposed of him forever? Oh, well, I have no idea at the moment.
We have too little information to work that out at present, I think.
The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies. And have you considered this, my learned Nipponese friend? Considered what? Do you realize just what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such criminal activity? It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary. My guy, do I have the news for you? You just watch out, alright? 2 cases from now. Blah blah blah. And this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who'd already invested money in the venture and would be instrumental in future profits too. That's just not true! His name's literally in the article! If this is the only article with his name in it, ostensibly this article ruined his life. Okay, I got it. Let me cook, alright? I noticed it right when I saw the article. Because of a dodge! Oh, so true! I have to present 2 pieces of evidence? Why? I mean, this?
Take that!
Oh, see, he's real mad about it. Real mad. What? Oh, is it the signature? The signature is the same. That's tough.
Take that!
Ooh, that's so embarrassing for you. Bringing out the contract helped you kill yourself. I mean, not kill yourself, cook yourself. Present.
Take that!
Take that. What these two pieces of evidence have in common is a signature. The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person. As the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about his ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signatures can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing. And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Asman's signature at the bottom. It's the same! Because this man's signature has not changed in 10 years. Yeah, get played. You are now on the ground.
Objection!
What do you mean, why is that a motive? It ruined his life! He had to... Oh, he quit school! The only paper that identified him. He gave up on his dream of becoming a scientist because of that newspaper article. Well, it quite literally ruined his life then. He was going places. He had a trophy and everything. The Royal Society of like whatever. Like was like he has talents. He has potential, and then he had to drop out. In fact, it's a widely held belief that Asman managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network, thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter. So you had to give up on your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually, you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. And all because of that article, written by Mr. Asman. Enough. Okay, we hit the nail on the head. He kind of reminds me of Ukitake from Bleach. The Captain 13. Yes, it's true. Just the straw that broke the camel's back. What? He was too poor to do research. You know your ideas would be stolen and okay, yeah, whatever. So he's saying he wasn't doing well in school? He was not able to make a name for himself? That's literally just a lie. You literally have a trophy. No, that's actually just not true.
Objection!
He's coping. The government thinks you're good at science. Oh, and I have evidence to prove it. It's just such a death sentence. I mean, you had talent. Trophy for excellence.
Take that!
This is kind of sad. This poor guy. Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence? What the fuck do you mean? You literally brought it up earlier in the trial. It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord. There is no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future. Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Drebber? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. All as a result of this one newspaper article. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Asman was, but when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life, it's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man. Oh no, he turned sad. Finally, he's gonna fold. What the fuck do you mean, hold it? Who said hold it? This bitch. Fine. Clearly this has run its course now. What? I admit it. All of it. What? What are you doing? It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim. On the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago. No.
Good lord!
Is this what... what's his face was talking about? Sherlock Holmes? Sherlock Sholmes? Like, it feels like something's being covered up here. Do you realize what you're saying, woman? It's all true. That day. When I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. That memory from a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself. It was the professor again, staring me in the face. And then, before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket. She has to go along. From someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night 10 years ago. All the instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now. Nah, fuck that. We're going all the way. Why on earth would you buckle now? Well, there's no point in trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out, even collaborate in a murder. But the great lie about that execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished. Yeah, she is so dead. Does she die? There are 2 more victims. I'm assuming she's gonna be one of them and like Gregson's gonna be the other one? Or sorry, 2 more cases? Could be more victims than 2, I guess. So then, Mr. Drebber, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted everything. Surely it goes without saying. Oh, he admits nothing at all. Why? The kinesis machine was... Meh. So she's admitting it, and he is still biting down? It's kind of weird. She's gonna monologue about this, and then gonna have to do another case, and the big one happens like 4 months later? Yeah. Wait, is it actually 4 months later? I mean, I guess I have no idea. Like, I don't understand how there are 2 cases left, I guess. Like, it really feels like the next one should be the last one. Or, like, it's like part 1 of the conspiracy, like, featuring her, and then part 2 of the conspiracy featuring, like, Strongheart, maybe. Or something like that. I have no idea. I hope you accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course. That feels coded. Are you also a certified Strongheart puppet? I mean, yes, but like, are you aware that you are a certified Strongheart puppet? Because she seems aware. What? No! No, we have to find the truth! Okay, he's already not guilty. Normally in AA, the prosecution insists on finding the real killer. True, we have only admitted, like, we haven't even found the real killer. Only some lady who says she's the accomplice of the real killer. Objective on seeks find the truth, he did not. No, what? If it ends here, I'll be pissed. There's no way. I don't know, this doesn't feel quite right. Why did Dr. Sith suddenly admit to it like that? Because she's covering up a huge conspiracy! Watergate shit! Like that one hotel in case 1-2. Like you said before, the way the trial is set to end now. The judge will certainly deliver- oh my god, my voice. Certainly deliver a verdict if not guilty. But is that really what we want? What the defense should be pushing for now is further testimony!
Objection!
Objection. The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord. Zam long stream? Yeah. The first one, I didn't expect the second half of this case to be so long. The first half of this case, I already did, like, more than half of it, because I did, like, parts... Investigation part 1, and then both parts of the trial, and then some of Investigation part 2. And then that was already, like, 5-something hours, and I feel we're so far from the end still. We demand one final testimony! Wow, the way she glared at us. You do realize I'm about to adjudicate in favor of your client, I presume? What are you playing at now, my Nipponese friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that. Mr. Naruhodo, what exactly are you thinking? The truth. The whole truth. And a way to bring it all out into the open. Right. Is this the first moment that he realizes that there's something bigger behind this? And surely it must connect back to Kazuma's motive, right? You have the sword now. Let the wind lead, I guess. Pursue it like a dog. To the bitter end. Right.
I'm sure Mr. Sholmes knew. He must have deduced that this would happen. Yes, I'm here in court to advocate for my client and to secure an acquittal.
Obviously.
But that's not all. I believe that I have a duty to the court to pursue the whole truth of the case until every last detail is laid bare.
Okay.
And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Sith. Of course, Herlock predicted everything. Herlock was... he must have been, like, 85% of the way there to this entire truth already, like, 10 years ago. He and Sasato's dad. Please. Final testimony? This feels like final testimony. There's no way there's one more after this. About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Drebber. Huh. In case it's escaped your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed. So stop wasting everyone's time. As his lordship made very plain, your client will get the acquittal you wanted for him. There's simply no point protracting this business further with another tedious cross-examination.
Objection.
Bottle fling. Pray forgive my careless handling of that hallowed bottle. I slipped. Oh, this is the shittiest excuse he's given yet. That's what you call it. What is your objection, Lord Von Zieks? The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness. Yeah. Don't be stupid. If there is more to this case than has yet come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end. True, his family is involved in this. You'll... What? Lord Von Zieks. Lord Von Zieks is me and you, okay? We're gonna 2v1 Strongheart. Alright, and Kazuma will be there too. It's 3v1 Strongheart, trust? However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request. This is most unusual. Dr. Sith, you will testify for the court, explaining the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Drebber. Very well. Witness testimony. The waxwork plot. It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork in the note tucked inside its jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret of the highest level. I had to protect it. Well, it fucking came out anyways, so fat lot of good that did. So I was right. The stage and the machine were all specifically designed for the deception. So it seems, and all meticulously prepared. You did well to see through it. You're a very shrewd boy. So kind of you to say. And what about this autopsy report then? All I did was record the location of the body as being in the Crystal Tower instead of under the stage. That's all? That's a terrible corruption. Only my team were aware of the deceit, and then only under my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you. Did Strongheart know about it? Well, I believe that testimony has clarified everything. There's no, fuck you! It is the defense's right to have a cross-examination. I want my cross-examination, thank you. No, I disagree. I have the feeling that something is wrong. Just look at that expression on Dr. Sith's face. It's It's the defense's right to cross-examine any witness following testimony. What is it about you Japanese that makes you all so doggedly persist? Oh, you've met Japanese people too? You know Japanese people? Who? Is it what's her face's dad? Is it Sasato's dad? Hmm? Hmm? Oxford own jacket, blah blah blah, indicating the special interpretation stage. What did she do? And then they all okay, maybe this one first.
Hold it!
When you say arranged, I presume you mean with this? Yes, the instructions in the engineer's note said something along the lines of fabricate some evidence to make it clear that Harebrain alone could have killed Asmon. So, you mean that was your doing? I fetched Harebrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage, and took it with me alone to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen. Alone, Doctor? I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception. Birdcage was lying in the dirt. Approached it, leaned down, opened it. Okay. And then you noted that in your fake autopsy report as a fictitious cause of death. So the actual cause of death was the trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop. Yeah, that would make sense. Something about Dr. Sith's last statement is playing on my mind, that's all. Yes, mine too. I didn't fucking notice. The defense calls for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony. Fucking which part? What she did to the victim, trust. There's no need to point. Oh, and he points to the prosecution concurs. Slay. Oh my god. Petty king. She hates his ass too. Is there something wrong with this? Stab wound to the chest? Does something look wrong? Gravity, maybe? Like, the vector of gravity is clearly going this way when it should be going into him. I don't want the magnifying glass, please.
Objection!
Oops. I've got a nasty feeling that this inconsistency points to an extremely uncomfortable truth. What on earth is the matter, Counsel? Have you lost your tongue? I apologize, my lord. Dr. Sith, in that last statement of yours, there's just one point that seems to defy explanation. Out with it, my learned friend. There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph.
I want, like, a piece of music that's just one violin and one tap dancer. Please? Please? Like, the more of this, like, castanet-y or castanet like ish percussion that they use, like, just more please, thank you. Which shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death.
Objection.
The court has already examined that photograph in depth. There is nothing new we can learn from it.
Objection.
Yes, we have already considered it. That's true. They'd better include a prelude in all future AA games. There better be a future AA game, more like. But we now know the facts to be different. What do you mean? I believe we should let the defense explain. Blood go down.
Take that.
Look at the blood stain on the victim's chest. It clearly extends in a downward direction towards the man's feet. If the victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion, that's entirely expected. But he was stabbed after. He was already at the bottom. It fell on its side after the 30-foot drop. And if he had really been stabbed while inside the birdcage in that position, the blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions. For it to have formed this longitudinal appearance we see in the picture is inconceivable. Oh? So he was upright? Given that the victim's blood was seeped vertically downward from the wound, it must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Asman, he was standing up. He survived the fall? In short, Dr. Sith, your latest testimony was a total fabrication. You did a murder. Oh my god, Enoch Trevor gets off scot-free. Not scot-free, but like as scot-free as he could conceivably get from this. Oh my god. We've all been under a great misapprehension here. What? What sort of misapprehension? Dr. Sith, you claim you were coerced into helping Mr. Drebber as a result of the note he left in the waxwork. You claim that you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant. And you claim that you authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. But one of those claims is an out-and-out lie. Because the question of what the bloodstain really tells us has only one possible answer. Oh, he doesn't know. What is it, man? Counsel, you've clearly struck upon a revelation. Now tell the court what it is. What the fuck? The stabbing of the victim. Because he was upright. Because gravity go down. The answer is very simple if you consider the sequence of events. If, when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downwards as it did, we can be sure that the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time. But as you rightly pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen on its side when it fell beneath the stage. Yes, it would. Which tells us that the victim must have been in that position of his own accord.
Objection.
That's impossible. The man was dead, remember? Well, she's the one who told you he was dead. No, that's the misapprehension. Kazuma has been standing there so chill this entire time. When the birdcage fell from the stage into the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force. But he lived? But Mr. Asman didn't die in the fall.
He probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came round, he got to his feet to climb out of the cage. Just as Dr. Sith appeared. Damn, killed with a screwdriver! That sucks! If the victim was alive at that point in time, it changes everything. Congratulations, not a murderer. Why are you sweating? Stay winning, bro! Mr. Odiasman's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Harebrain. Nor was it the mastermind behind the stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Drebber. Yeah, she tried to frame him back. I mean, based, but... Damn, poor guy. It was you, Dr. Courtney Sith! Got him. Also, no more Madam to spells. It is true. It is Jover. Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed him. Oh, they're turning on each other. Oh, it's so Jover. Me when a relationship is not built upon trust. You hoped that by admitting to being an accomplice in Mr. Drebber's scheme, the trial would end. Before you were accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder. Oh, do shut up. You're so desperate now you're making all this up, as if I would do something like that.
Objection!
I assure you, the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Mr. Naruhodo has established the facts using evidence and logic alone. Ha, logic? Don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it. What? What do you mean? I'd have thought it was obvious. A motive, boy, you're lacking a motive. What possible reason would I have to kill Mr. Aspen? Asman was involved in any number of criminal activities from coercion to theft to murder. But there is no known connection to Dr. Sith there. I'm rather relieved to say it does seem somewhat far-fetched. True, there's no obvious motive. But there's still something in the back of my mind. I feel sure I've seen something somewhere that hints at why the coroner might have done this. Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report. But murdering someone for no reason is a very different story.
Objection!
No. When you questioned what possible reason you could have for wanting to kill Mr. Asman, something did come to mind. What? What was it? Count so enlightened to court at once? The judge is just here for the drama. He just wants to know. Yes, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? Something that seemed strange, but we had no reason to suspect it at the time. There's a particular object that explains why Dr. Sith would have wanted to kill Mr. Asman. Huh? We saw it yesterday, it seemed strange, but we didn't know. Well, it must be scalpels, right? But I don't fucking know why. We didn't see this yesterday, and this is explained already, so like... I mean, by process of elimination, the answer is scalpels, but wait, why? 为什么? It's a scalpel, or rather scalpels. What does that have to do with anything? What the fuck? That was the right answer? It was yesterday when we visited your laboratory. Look at this big thick book here. Oh! Fake expenses! 500 scalpels every month, just giving the money to Odiasman.
At first, I wondered what on earth you could be using that many scalpels for. But actually, I realize now it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant. It's the money for them, disappearing every month from the department's accounts. Holy shit. This is how banks catch you for doing money laundering. Like, when you have just super regular purchases. POV, you are a flower shop and your demand for flowers don't change regardless of the season, regardless of if it's Mother's Day or Valentine's Day or anything. This is quite literally how the OCC gets you. Tracing the money from the forensic investigation team's account to find out where it was going would be extremely straightforward. Damn. Wow. Their system has no internal auditing. That's so embarrassing for them. 10 years ago, when Mr. Asman was still a journalist and wrote this article about Mr. Drebber, he may well have stumbled upon information as he was researching the story. Information relating to Dr. Sith's darkest secret that he would use to rack money from her for the next decade. Damn, so they both wanted to kill him and then she framed him back? Girl boss. But also she got caught, so you know, girl failure. I don't know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago, but clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. So in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely of your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Asman in the heart with all your might. To silence the blackmailer who knew your dark secret forever. Get her ass! You'll never understand, none of you, what we've had to keep covered up all these long years. Okay. So that means Brock Von Zieks does not know. He is not in the know. He is unaware. But she knows. As very little of the machine remains after it was ripped apart by the bomb, the truth of this case can never be properly established unless you speak out. And if you decide not to, it's possible that Courtney Sith will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you've done, and tell the court the truth about what happened. 10 years ago you told the truth, and you were robbed of a bright and successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your bitterness, and your consternation now. However, this is surely the chance you've been waiting for to sever the hold that fate's had over you all these years. Oh, it's all bullshit? He said, I mean, really? Ooh! Aha! Get his ass! Throw them hands. I'm here for any slander. Ooh! Ooh! Ah! Ooh! Fighting words. Sheesh! Yeah, honestly, based. I also gathered this about Harebrain's personality after the last time's trial. I agree. Can't abide their foolishness. It was a good show. Jolly good show. Damn, alright. That's how everything's connected. Alright, sure. Makes sense.
If your account of those events was all true,
Then obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened.
even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had. So your plan required that you abduct that particular waxwork model. In order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well, or on Dr. Sith to be precise.
Yeah, I mean, he literally just fell through the cracks. We live in a society. One year ago, he met Asmund again. Wanted his services as an engineer. Oh, okay. And then he came up with the plan. Sure, fine, valid. He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him. Okay, yep, for revenge. And also cook Scotland Yard, and also cook Sith. Valid! Honestly, like, not the asshole. He literally, like, got radicalized by this thing that happened to him in his youth, became so jaded, and, like, tried cooking him back. I mean, from a societal perspective, cooked, but, like, you know? Like, not the asshole, honestly. You did exactly that to someone? Okay, yeah, blah blah blah, whatever. The only victim is the defendant. Arrested, okay. And she'll face trial in the coming days along with Trevor? Oh, she made great contributions to her profession over the years. It really is a hard truth to swallow. However, that is the topic for some future occasion. For now, Professor Harebrain. Oh, yes. It seems there was a great deal more to your experiment than you realized. However, I think we can now. Okay, yeah, not guilty.
This whole experience has taught me a very great but painful lesson. I've been, I mean, me, this dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy. I've been selfish and self-centered, and above all, a fool.
True? Professor.
I spent my life thinking of nothing but my research. Misguidedly believing that I could do whatever I set my mind to despite my lack of talent. And the worst of it is, in the process, I've caused others pain and misery. Others who are far, far greater people than I.
No, Professor, that's not true. Well, don't tar yourself with the same brush as Drebber. What happened was his doing and his alone. The outcome is his fate, not yours. You're not to blame in any way. Lord Von Zieks! Good guy! And the derision with which he referred to you earlier, calling you a fool, talentless even. The man has no idea. Good friend! To believe in yourself and work your fingers to the bone to realize your dreams. That's laudable, not laughable. No one has the right to deride another for such choices. Okay, Von Zieks having convictions? Poggers? Go do more science. Please vote. Yippee! Not guilty. Court is adjourned. Whew, okay. Are we getting Kazuma revealed today? Or is it going to be next case? Please, God. It's over. That was some trial. It is now 4 p.m. It is now past midnight. Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it?
Oh, it is. Congratulations, Professor Harebrain.
Mr. Naruhodo, Miss Susato, I am truly beside myself with gratitude. How can I ever thank you enough? I'm just glad it's all been cleared up, that you realized you were just caught up in a bad situation. Right now, you know, if I had that research grant money. How did I voice Susato pretending to be a guy? I just gave her Ryunosuke voice. And went high-pitched when she was, like, screaming. It was not very good. I'd give the whole lot to you, every penny. Well, that's very kind, but I'm just a student, and you don't have that money, so what's even the point?
We don't need any financial reward. Your acquittal is more than enough.
Because I feel like my Ryunosuke voice is already me talking on, like, the slightly lower end of what I can do. So... you know. It seems about fair for her, since, like, I pitch her higher than how I normally talk. Oh dear, oh, what can I do? Aha! How about this as a memento? This science card. He's giving us a science card. Hi, Cowbell! Thank you so much for the raid, Cowbell. Hi, Hydra. Hi, Four. Hi, Cowbell. You're playing Outer Wilds. I saw. Am I objectioning him? So good. Yeah, I'm objectioning him. Good. Yep, so far. Indeed. Okay, we got a science card. Well, just as a memento then. Thank you. A lot of people have said good things about Outer Wilds, but it is a game that I will never play. So I hope you have been enjoying. I hope you found out, you know, why the time keeps looping. Even you got motion sick in it? You think I'd die? Yeah, I'm aware. I spoiled myself on the plot already. Of Outer Wilds. Like, just to truly kill any desire that I ever had. Might have had, sorry, to play it.
What are you going to do now?
Oh my, yes. What am I going to do? My hypothesis and my great machine lie in ruins. But still, it's been too long since I was lost in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. I must explore the great exhibition whilst I'm here too, and see if any new inspiration hits me.
Oh, yes! That's a wonderful idea.
I can't allow that. Hello, Brock Von Ziek's face card. Front-facing Brock Von Ziek's? Hello, sir. What's good? What are you doing here? Your music is scary. But yeah, Cowbell and crew, if you need to go, because it is late, although I guess it is later for myself than it is for you. But you know, streaming is tiring, etc. Go take care of yourselves. Like, go have dinner or whatever if you need to. Drink actual water? Do I sound like I need it? I have been talking for 6 hours. Gotta stay hydrated, true. Thank you for.
I'm sorry you had to go through that, Albert.
Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You were like a great demon behind your bench there, snarling down your prey.
You're one of the few true friends I have. I couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution or the defense.
Oh, sorry? Or the defense? Oh my god, did I hear that right? Toon deer? Toon deer? I always knew you had my best interests at heart, don't worry. Ah, how about you show me around while I'm here in town? It's been a long time since we left university. We have a lot to catch up on.
Well, he just said he can't allow that. Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you.
Huh?
From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased the tickets.
But no! Hold on a minute, Brock. What about the Great Exhibition? This is the chance of a lifetime for me. I want to look around.
No sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea.
Hi, Ham. Good morning, Ham. No, good afternoon, Ham.
You're correct, I did just finish the case.
Ugh, sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Brock. Lord Von Zieks. What's all this about?
A necessary precaution.
Yes, I think I understand.
You do?
Well, Iris told me that when you met Lord Von Zieks at his office some days ago, he asked how Mr. Natsume was doing.
Yes, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time and thinking it was nice of him to ask.
The point is, Mr. Natsume is still alive and well. Even though it's been more than 6 months now since he stood trial with the Reaper as the prosecutor.
Ah, you mean the curse. The Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas. Yeah, more like Lord Strongheart's influence doesn't stretch overseas, but yes, the Reaper too, I suppose. Those in the Reaper's sights meet their end days or sometimes months after their acquittal. That's been the pattern up to now.
But of course, we know that both Mr. Natsume and Gina were completely innocent.
Well, for Gina, it's not been months yet. Gina could still die. But her name's Lestrade, so probably not. And perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are spared. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend. But, Brock! Okay. Like the mustache Nipponese, this man should leave the country without delay. That's why. I'm packing him off to Germany at once. Right. Oh. Does your friend-shaped package get any say in it?
Goodness, was this your intention all along then, Lord Von Zieks?
In court, where people think of him as the Reaper, this man seems absolutely merciless and yet... Sometimes, I feel as though I don't understand him at all. It's time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being. Yes, alright. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you very much for everything. Not at all, Professor. It was a pleasure getting to know you.
Best wishes, Professor Harebrain.
Well, once the dust has settled, you must come and visit me in Germany. It is 1901. High face card. Now, my Nipponese friend. Oh, yes, I thought you'd gone too. We have matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time? You want to talk with me? I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes. In time for the closing sequence? Is Kazuma reveal now? Well, that was strange. For some reason, I didn't get that sense of impending doom as he walked away this time. The enigma, Brock von Zix. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? The answer awaits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes then. Anime? 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 Nope, not anime. It is almost 5 p.m. It's time to clock out. Time to go home. Oh yeah, he is here. This bitch is still here. Are they opening it? Are they going to open it? Oh my god, please open it. Please, 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 please open it. So, are you satisfied? You saved a guileless scientist from a great injustice. Yes, I think so. I'm relieved, at least, that the man's innocence could be proven. Anyway, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards you Nipponese comes from. Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. I imagined you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here. But now I think differently. You clearly know our ways, so I would guess that some specific incident led to your thorough dislike of my race. Will you tell me what happened, please? Okay. The professor's Japanese. The professor is not his brother. It would have been so cool if the professor was actually his brother, but no, the professor being Japanese is also acceptable. I thought I'd never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest. He took your brother's life. Clint. My brother was Clint von Zix. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens. He was already the director of prosecutions and key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. He was involved in the establishment of justice systems in foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations then too to share knowledge and ideas. As part of one of those programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan. 3! One of them was her dad, the other one probably was the judge, and the third one's the professor, I'm assuming? Oh. If it was 16 years ago, then one of them could have been my father. Of course. I remember the Dr. Mikotoba well. I had no idea. I was a minor at the time, training at the prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to 3 visiting Nipponese. So, you've actually met my father? He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and exacting in their standards. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese spirit, and it made a very great impression upon me. But 6 years later, that's when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspects even. Just an ever-growing list of victims. And in the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved. So you just have a dead brother and your dead brother's just normal and good and, like, chill? Okay, and, like, it's just the professor who is bad. Sure, fine. Why does his brother look so ominous and scary in the backgrounds of the cover of the video game? Did I get you baited by the box? This is so upsetting. I'm so sorry, Lord von Zix. Truly. Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway. So he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was his victory in the end. For me personally, though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. Are you chill with Kazuma just being here? Do you know he's Kazuma? When I finally found out the killer's identity, the reason why no one had been able to catch the man sooner ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight all the time. In plain sight? Are you aware of political events 10 years ago? It was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between the British and Japanese empires. A new treaty was being forged, I think? Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. The leaders of both countries were deep in extensive political discussions. Which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial. If the British public had known the identity of the killer, not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, but our two nations could very well have ended up at war. Monologues about the evils of Japanese people while assistant swings around katana next to him. Actually, I think Kazuma's sword is here, and he only has the one, and the sword that he currently has is like British. Not British, but like European. But that would mean... Oh my, you mean to say the professor was...
When the trial reached its conclusion earlier, I thought to myself, yes, it's time.
Okay.
Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster. I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum. So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
That's the professor?
Yes, it's him.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind. That the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before.
I don't know this man.
Was Japanese.
Well, I mean, that much was obvious, but I have not seen this man in my life.
Wait a minute.
Oh!
That face.
Not his dad, because he would have reacted. Not her dad. Her dad's alive. Kazuma's dad.
I feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
Wow, I'm so surprised.
Father.
Yeah, that makes sense.
What? Father?
Kazuma boxing.
Kazuma!
No, I can't. This is so funny.
Kazuma Asogi.
These two, they're always flapping, never not flapping.
After a whole year, finally his memories returned.
How is his haircut still so shit? It's been one entire year, bro.
Ryunosuke.
You remember?
Hello again.
The courtroom air conditioning really popped off hundreds of years ago with those things flapping around Churu.
My friend.
I'm happy for him. I'm so happy for him. I'm glad that they voice acted this because my ass could not do it.
Kazuma-sama!
I mean, surely Strongheart knew, right? Strongheart knows that this is him. Well, like, his placement here is interesting from the point of view of, like, Strongheart's intentions.
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba. It's been a very long road. Thank you. Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
It was an honor.
I knew you wouldn't die that easily. Kazuma. I owe you thanks, too. For taking good care of that in my absence.
Sword? Sword or this? Both?
Oh.
Sword.
Karuma, the great blade of the Asogi clan, passed down through the generations. When we left Japan, this sword was at my friend's side. A Japanese man's katana is his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it. But then, when the incident happened...
Also, Kazuma forehead reveal is a little odd.
I inherit the sword. And I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared. With this by my side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow. I've made it. At last. Father.
Okay, so obviously this was his goal all along.
Are you saying... Surely not. You mean... You knew all this time? I'm looking at it. But... I still can't believe it. This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
Kazuma-sama.
Ryunosuke, we have much to talk about, but now is not the time. I'll be seeing you.
What? We're not gonna go hang out after this? He still has something to do, I guess. Bruh, he just left? Did he just
That's
leave?
all Kazuma said. Before he turned and left us there, in the courtroom.
Okay, bro.
Yes, Kazuma Asugi, my best friend. The living after image of the man who took my brother's life is crazy. 3 months ago, when Lord Strongheart introduced us, I had an inkling there was something there. Some connection. But why did Lord Strongheart do that? True! I concur with this. My best friend who also just abandoned— okay, he just got his memories back. Like, I think he would understand. He did— yes. As Lukewarm Toaster Oven put, capital A, capital A, capital A, capital A. Why did he make Kazuma Lord Von Zeke's apprentice? And while he was suffering amnesia too. The man was apprehended, even executed. But his legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth. Well, no, he wasn't executed. We established that he, like, was not executed. He got shot in a graveyard just the night after he was supposed to have been executed. Or something, I don't know. We met with him as he asked. Oh, he dipped. Goodbye. "10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train. For me, it was the first time I'd ever seen him." Poor Sato-san. All this is tied up with painful memories for her too. Okay, so 16 years ago, we're 24, right? Me and friend are both 24. I don't have my court record anymore, so I literally just can't tell. But I think we're 24. Kazuma's also 24. 16 years ago, he was 8. And then 10 years ago, he was 14. So, like, enough to remember, unlike her, because she is a child. All this is tied up with painful memories for her, too. She's never talked about this with me before, though. It took time to adjust to having father around, but just when I was starting to get used to it, he called me into his study one day. He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London, and that the friend had left behind a son. A boy 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy had made a promise to his late father, so he was studying to become a defense lawyer. I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. Oh my god. This incident, like, shaped her entire career. That's crazy. As I'm sure you've worked out, that young man's name was Kazuma Asugi. So you see, that's how he and I met.
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon. But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time.
Yeah, a 10-year-old conspiracy by Strongheart, I'm assuming.
As if great wheels had been set in motion. I could almost hear them creaking into life. In some ways, it was the end of a chapter, but in many, it was the start of a new one.
End. Oh, the demasking. We've done the chapter. Okay. Twisted Karma in his last bow. Bow. Okay, okay. The anime, we're going to watch the cutscene. Is that Brock Von Zeeks?
Pipe in hand, Sholmes looked down at the thick, rolling fog outside our window. I wonder exactly how many mysteries are out there, hidden within this bed of fog, he said. Indeed,
Oh
A
my
most
god,
bizarre
gingers.
incident
Gingers.
born of a curious advertisement. A hellhound's mad gallop through the shadows of a serial murder. An executed man's graveyard resurrection in the dead of night. And a commonplace killing in a small, forgotten room at the edge of town. There is, naturally, always another side to every case, of which most remain ignorant. And it is that other side which compels me to the scene of the crime, Wilson. So quickly now, take your hat and let's be on our way, my dear fellow. For our adventure is not over yet. Come, the game is afoot.
The game is afoot! He said the line. Okay, it's only been a week. We're vibing. This is a nice ass hotel. Well, I guess we'll see. Next time. Is anyone I know even live? Is Bobo live? Bobo is not live. Kana is live. Caboozled Pie? Yeah, that's actually comedy. When am I planning to stream again? Probably tomorrow afternoon. Tomorrow... maybe like 3 p.m? Give or take 3 p.m? I don't know how many... I'm probably going to look up how many parts case 4 and case 5 are. And if it's like 3 or less, I will endeavor to do it all in one stream. Yeah, 3 p.m. Eastern, yes. This is not the correct one. Is it this? That is also not the right one. Is it this? Ah, that's that one. Okay. It has been a quarter of my day. I am going to sleep. But I'm pretty excited to see where this goes. He's not live? Yeah, that's okay. It's still funny that way, I hope. I don't know. I'm very sleepy. I woke up like 17 hours ago, so it's kind of my bedtime. Take care, y'all. Thank you for watching.